We pray. Amen.
Hey, Jim.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hoorah! Now, I often say it, but there's nothing else more motivating than everyone saying the Pledge of Allegiance all together in unison. Thank you for that. Roll call.
Mayor Medina,
Present.
Deputy Mayor Felix,
Here.
Councilman Johnson,
Here.
Councilman Foster is by phone. Madam Sherman? Here. Madam Smith? Here.
Thank you, ma'am. Deputy Mayor, announcements?
Thank you, Mayor. One term expiring on the Melbourne-Tillman Water Control District Board. Anyone wishes to serve on these boards can apply online at palmbayflorida.org or can contact the City Clerk Office at 321-952-3414.
Thank you. We're going now into agenda revisions, and Madam Sherman.
Thank you, Mayor. The first request is from the applicant for public hearing number 14, which is resolution 2023-24. The request is to move up that public hearing item number 14 to be the first public hearing item that is heard tonight due to a conflict that the applicant's representative has with his schedule.
So that would be after public comments. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Deputy Mayor Felix, seconded by Councilman Johnson. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 4-0. Next one, ma'am.
Next item is that staff's presentation has been added to item 22 under public hearings, which is related to a textual amendment for parking within residential areas. We also have the representative for items 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 under public hearings has requested that the cases be continued to the second regular council meeting in September.
The second regular council meeting in September. However, on this agenda, we also have consideration of moving that meeting to September 19th. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So the motion has to be either September 19th or within that week, because we don't know if we're going to all agree on that one. Is that correct?
Once we get to that new business item, Mayor, we will just have you announce that those items that were continued under public hearings were continued either to the 21st or the 19th.
Aye, ma'am. So either September 19th or the 21st to hone that in. I need a motion. Or did you make the motion, sir?
I heard something. All right, okay. Motion to continue the items to either the date of September 19th or 21st.
Second.
I got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Felix. Any discussion, gentlemen? Councilman Foster?
None at this time.
Thank you. Gentlemen, any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Passes 4-0. For those individuals that are here for the item of Heald Road, I'd like to just share with you that that item will be discussed, not this evening, but our second meeting in September. So right now it's either between September 19th or the 21st. So we're considering moving our second meeting from the 21st to the 19th, but I couldn't disclose that until we all get to vote on that. So please understand, we will not be discussing the item regarding Heald Road this evening. So I'll give, if you want to stay, that's fine, but if you don't, I'm going to take 3 minutes so that you can go ahead and secure. So we will get back to you as soon as we'll find out this evening when the meeting's going to be, but it is that week. It will be that week right now. The 19th or the 21st, most likely the 19th. So you guys can secure. I'll take a few minutes for you to secure. I'd like to call this meeting back to order, but I'd like to give you an opportunity to leave if you so choose to. Okay, I'm calling this meeting back to order. Go ahead, Madam Sherman, with your agenda revisions.
Thank you, sir. We have also added consideration of an auditor selection committee as item number 2 under new business. We have added consideration of utilizing fire impact fees for various equipment as item number 3 under new business. And also consideration of submitting an application for the Tourist Development Council Facilities Grant for the Sacrifice Park Memorial as item number 4 under new business at the request of Mayor Medina. And that's all, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate those revisions. Madam Smith, any agenda revisions?
No, sir.
Okay. So now we're on proclamations.
Marissa King. Notice and proclamation of Florida Water Professionals Month, August 2023. It is hereby proclaimed by the Mayor of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, the greatest city on the face of the earth, whereas the Florida Water and Pollution Control Operators Association, organized in 1941, is a nonprofit trade organization that promotes the sustainability of Florida's water utility industry through workforce development, to protect the health of Florida citizens, and to preserve the state's water resources. And whereas this organization offers water and wastewater treatment, plant operator, and water distribution system operators training courses required for the state of Florida's operator licenses, multiple voluntary certification programs, and continuing education programs for operator license renewal. And whereas this organization, in recognizing the importance of Florida's statutes and administrative code that regulate the water industry, acts as a liaison between the Florida Department of Environmental Protection and industry personnel. And whereas the Florida Water and Pollution Control Operators Association recognizes all those who have played a significant part in operating and maintaining drinking water, wastewater, and stormwater systems in Florida by celebrating Florida Water Professionals Month, which applauds their constant efforts to protect our health and environment 365 days per year through sunshine or catastrophe or storms. And whereas water professionals are often emergency responders during storms and other catastrophes, working to ensure safe drinking water and safe disposal of wastewater for our communities. Now, therefore, I, Kenny Johnson, on behalf of Mayor Rob Medina of the City of Palm Bay, by virtue of authority of said office, do hereby proclaim August 2023 as Florida Water Professionals Month in the City of Palm Bay, and I call upon all citizens to recognize the contributions the individuals involved have made towards improving the quality of life. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Palm Bay to be affixed this 17th day of August 2023.
I'm going to keep it brief because I see that you guys have a full house tonight. I just wanted to say thank you on behalf of all water, wastewater, and stormwater operators. We are kind of the unsung heroes in the utilities department. You don't really realize that you need us until there's a problem. I'm representing the FWPCOA, which is an organization that comes together to help offer continuing educational credits and training and certifications for various parts of the water, wastewater, and stormwater industry. We are here to protect the health of the citizens and preserve our natural resources, and we work, like you said, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year without a break. So we greatly appreciate the recognition from the city. Thank you.
I thought it was really important for council as a whole to share our thoughts on the water quality and how critically important it is for not only our community, but our entire state and nation. So now we're on presentations, and Madam Sherman.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to invite Nancy Peltonen, President and CEO of the Greater Palm Bay Chamber of Commerce, to come and present her semi-annual update to council.
Thank you. Is there a pointer on this one? It's better than ours. Okay. Well, hello, my name is Nancy Peltonen. I'm President and CEO of the Greater Palm Bay Chamber of Commerce. We are a multicultural, diverse, and inclusive chamber that represents the business community. Our mission is to serve, advocate, and promote as the trusted voice for our business community. We do collectively what we can't do by ourselves. 3 years ago, the Florida Chamber of Commerce launched the Prosperity Initiative, and they have a Florida scorecard on their website. We've posted that onto our website, which enables one to look at how the state is doing collectively. And you can drill down into any zip code within the state of Florida. Each year they've had a summit, and we have live streamed it each time. And this year we got quite a lot of traction thanks to Susan and Daniel. They've been champions of this. But we are reaching out to the community, and we continue to reach out to the various organizations so that we're not reinventing the wheel. We meet the first Friday of every month at the chamber from 12:30 to 2. And the group is called the Greater Palm Bay Chamber of Commerce Brevard Prosperity Initiative. The chamber is a conduit that can bring organizations together, but we are looking for champions to take on the root causes, of which I will get into with the PowerPoint presentation. On the update version of this, which there's 10 minutes, so I'm not saying much, but just a quick note, next Friday is the 2023 Space Coast Symposium. We are almost sold out, and we have a lot of surprises and interactive opportunities for attendees. And due to the continued growth of this event, we are launching the Space Coast Alliance for Tech and Innovation. So we have our new logo, SCATI. And it's within the chamber that we find that the mission of this will bring together both large and small companies to collaborate, network, and discuss government contracting and share best practices. We are having initial planning sessions within the next few months, and we'll launch this in January. We're looking to work with CAMID and Florida Tech as well. And anyone that might be interested with their business and getting involved, they can also reach out to the chamber. And on to the PowerPoint presentation. So I gave you the printout there, and please don't be afraid. I know it's a lot of stats and numbers, and I'm trying to make this as easy as possible, because when you go to the website, there's a lot of data, and with 10 root causes, there's a lot of discussion on each one. The intention of this is just to bring some awareness to what's going on within the city of Palm Bay and our zip codes, and some of the issues that are facing the city. I think by having this information, it will help with making decisions when budgeting comes around. Not every zip code is the same. Not every zip code has the same challenges. And sometimes when we try to do blanket things, it's not always necessary. So this is just kind of showing this will just kind of talk a little bit about it, that, and it's just information. So, okay. Oh, nope, this moves the forward. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. So that is what you would see on the Florida Chamber of Commerce website, which is also on ours. And if you click on it, you can drill down. I just want to point out a couple things on there. First of all, the third grade reading scores right there, it says 53%, and sadly they're declining. That is for the state of Florida overall. And you can see the number of students at 98,000 plus, not at third grade reading level. The other thing that you'd think might be great is how many open jobs there are, 464,000. The sad thing is there's only 281,000 looking for jobs. So as the state of Florida, as we are growing and becoming this, we are becoming a giant, actually. If you looked at us in the world, we are probably one of the 17th largest economies within the world. Our economy is bigger than a lot of other countries, and that's just for the state of Florida. So that is a bit of a concern to have that many jobs that are open and that few people looking for jobs. The second thing to look for on this is the graduation rate. 87.3%, and once again it's declining. So that's on the next page in the red, right in the middle. The unemployment rate being so low at this point in time was 2.6%. Once again, that's a bit of a concern. And the one good thing on here, poverty rate, it is declining, but it's at 13.1%. So we now drill into Brevard County, and if we look at that, our third grade reading scores are not better. They're 58%, and they're declining. And you can also see how many students are not reading at the third grade reading level. Once again, ours is a concern with 16,000 open jobs, and this was a snapshot in time, and I'm assuming it's probably getting worse just because Brevard County, as you know, is growing tremendously, and all the large corporations, every single time we have events, their number one thing is they're looking for employees, qualified employees. And we're having the conversation with the schools of how we can funnel and have students go into the jobs, be able to have internships and get paid while they're going through school so that they're not dropping out, and to be able to help businesses keep the students here in Brevard County rather than so many of them leave, go elsewhere, and they may come back when they have a family, but we want to keep them here. So that's why I'm pointing this out. The next one is, once again, the poverty rate here in Brevard County. It is getting a little better, but it's still at 10.6%. Our high school graduation rate is at 87%, but it's declining. So things for us to be concerned about as a community. On here, that's the one whole slide showing the third grade reading scores, and they look like they're consistent, but they're actually heading on a downward track. So that's not a positive thing for Brevard County. And the next one is how many are not reading at a third grade reading level. It's come up slightly. As you can see, the pandemic did do a number, but it's not up to where they were. So once again, not quite meeting the numbers. The high school graduation rate, this one shows overall, and then students with disabilities. Both of them are trending downward for graduation rates in Brevard County. So this is schools by zip code, and their schools, how many children are reading below their reading level and how many are at above. And the best is Odyssey Charter School. As you can see, they're 72%. But the concern is the others, like, that's great, but not really when you think about it. Like 72% for a lot of your parents, if your kids got that, is not the greatest grade in the world, and that's the best school. So when you're looking at the other schools, when, you know, they're 39%, and I'm not picking on any one individual school, and I know teachers and everybody is under so much pressure, and you have a 6-year-old shooting his teacher. It's a horrible situation, but we need to, as a community, get involved, and that's what this initiative is about, is looking at the issues that are here and what we can do to make a difference. And so those numbers are rather startling, and That's all I'll say on that. They came up with 10 root causes of poverty. You can see it says job opportunities, education, training, housing, transportation, health, food security, child and family care, safety, justice, and agency community voice. So here in the zip codes, you can see the different population, and I'm sure this has changed since now we're up to 131,000, but like I said, this is just a snapshot in time when they did this. How many workers are there with the median household income and their participation in the labor force? The unemployment rate, a bit of a concern there in 32905 at 7.3%, which is far above what the Brevard County unemployment rate is. Actually, all of them are above the Brevard County unemployment rate. So just things to look at as our city. This one, there's a lot there, but when you go on the website, you have to look up each individual zip code. So what I did was take all of them and put all the zip codes so you could compare zip codes side by side. So that's why it's all together on one sheet there to make it a little easier. It kind of shows the main industries that we have here in, and I didn't print out every single one because it would have been pages, and this already is a lot. And I know a lot of people, when they see this many numbers, their eyes start rolling to the back of their heads, but I think statistics can be important and give us good information for making decisions. And so it does show how many total workers there are in each zip code, the unemployment rate, the labor force participation, how many are working outside of the county, how many are working inside, which is nice that most of them are working within the county. So I guess we don't have a lot of commuters, although you'll be surprised at how long it takes for some to get to their job. Just that's another slide. So here's another one, training. So this shows the percentage of people with high school graduation diploma rates, which shows a pretty high number. And I'm not sure if a lot of this happens after people get their GEDs, that they may not necessarily graduate all, when it's their time, but they go after to get their high school diploma then. I would say one of the concerns is the percentage of ESL, how many are below poverty, especially in the 32908 at 27%. That's just a little bit concerning. The age 3 to 4, how many were enrolled in school? I mean, this is one of the most important times. We did a tour, Children's Home Society took us on a tour, and it was very nice. Okay, I'll leave it at that. Sorry, there's a few more pages, but that's okay.
So thank you, Nancy.
You're welcome.
This information is critical for us. And in my opinion, this is great intel for us as we consider the city as a whole, right?
Yeah.
And I love the way it's broken down into zip codes. But I just want to take this opportunity to commend you and your staff for what you're doing and bringing business to this great city. And everything you do as far as assisting them and marketing themselves. So you're doing an outstanding job. I think you're about to celebrate your 8th year anniversary, or you've already completed that?
September 15th.
Yeah, so congratulations on 8 wonderful years.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate you bringing this information, but it's actually very alarming. This actually backs, for those who aren't aware, I would like for you to do some research on the school to prison pipeline. Because this actually backs that case with this, because if you tend to fall behind in your studies or in your reading, then you tend to also be a disturbance in class. If you tend to be a disturbance in class, then it tends to come with disciplinary actions. Those disciplinary actions can be suspension or expulsion. If it's expulsion, now you're not an asset, you're a liability. And being a liability, that can lead to crime. And, this is what we're trying to prevent. Right. And this is pretty much telling us, hey, at the trajectory we're going at, we're going to need over 100, 200 more officers to combat, what we can possibly prevent, not just as parents, but as teachers and as a community. So this is very alarming, but it's not too late.
No.
I appreciate the numbers, but we as a community got to make sure we do what's best for our children. make sure they're up on their reading, make sure we're reading at night with them, whether we're grandparents or uncles or godfathers or godmothers. We have to do a better job, because if not, this city, this county, this state is going to look very different in the next 5 to 10 years
Agreed.
if we don't get a handle on this. So I appreciate you, Nancy.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Nancy, thank you so much for the information. I would echo everything that my colleague just mentioned, but I'd like to add as well, this is so critical. Some of these informations, I mean, all of them are, because it's been proving the companies that do the best is the company that pay attention to data. Data, that's what drives the world. If you don't pay attention to data, you will be left behind. Tesla's doing as great as they are. They're not a automobile company. They are an information company. That's what it's based on. That's why they are doing so well. And the list goes on, right? Google and all of them. So this is critical. It's interesting we're having that conversation, because just this week during our briefing, 2 of these indicators was part of our conversation, Suzanne and I, where we're talking about education. How can we engage our higher education institution? How can we engage them more? How can they help us meeting some of the challenges when it comes to education? I think Palm Bay, the numbers show it. Palm Bay, we are in the bottom in terms of higher education. So the numbers show it. I do appreciate bringing that to light and helping us with that information. Mobility as well, transportation.
Right.
So these are some of the things, conversation we are having. We had that conversation just this week.
Yeah.
So mobility is key. Thank you so much again for the presentation.
You're welcome. If you look at transportation there, it shows how few people, the percentage using public transportation, like 0.5%, 32908, there's not even a number in there, so, and I think we all know that. I mean, you don't really see too many buses around. It can take you 2 hours to get from Palm Bay even to the mall, and so there's so many issues, and this does seem sort of overwhelming, because they're talking about 10 root causes, and how do you tackle all of them? And that's why they wanted the initiative to look at by zip code, because sometimes just taking even one cause within one zip code can make a huge difference. Not thinking that you have to be all things to all people, but just get started. And that's what I want to share.
Copy that, ma'am. And I wanted to give Councilman Forster, I know he's not here, but he's certainly on the phone, and I wanted to give him an opportunity to weigh in. Councilman Forster.
I got a little sore throat, but Nancy, I appreciate the information that you shared with us tonight. It's very important. Community, business, your government, we all got to work together to make this a better place. And it starts by information. It starts by seeing where we're headed. But that don't mean we need to go that way. We need to go in a way that's going to lift everybody. Because we all in this great big ocean, and we need to lift everybody to a better place. And it starts with our kids. It really does. That's our future. So I want to be short. I appreciate the information. I just pray and hope that this community, our churches, our business, our government can come together and resolve some of our issues, and don't go in a way that we don't need to go to a bad direction. We need to go in a positive and uplifting direction for the city and for our community and family. Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Forster. I really appreciate those comments. I'm going to round it off because I think Councilman Johnson hit the nail on the head. I want to just add a few things. Just like Councilman Forster said, I think the buck stops with us, with each and every member. And I also believe there's opportunity for mentorship. I know that it was through mentorships that I was able to join the service. I was able to get out of the Bronx, if you will. And so it is a big part, and reading is part of that. I wanted to just highlight, as you mentioned, Odyssey Charter Schools, 72%, I know that could still be improved. But what are their best practices, right? What exactly are their best practices, and how could... Maybe out of due time. This meeting's out of order, sir. So what are those best practices? And then you have Pineapple Cove Classical Academy as well.
Yeah.
So that would be great to get those best practices, and maybe we could start sharing that information throughout the community, because we're always out in the community, gentlemen. So I think it's important to try to rally the troops, so to speak. But thanks again, ma'am. I think this is critical information for us to how we move forward as a city. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Madam Sherman, next presentation.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So the next presentation is going to be by our engineers, Kittleson and Associates. We will be providing an update on our Northwest and Southeast pre and post traffic study update. And I'll turn it over to the team.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. My name is Adam Bergdorf with Kittleson and Associates. I'll give you a quick update. So a few months ago in March, we presented some findings about an independent traffic analysis in the Northeast, or the Northwest and the Southeast quadrants, where we looked at development cumulatively and their impacts on transportation roadway systems, identified some improvements that were needed in the area associated with that development. And at that time, we said that we would go back and look at what pre-development conditions would be, as well as post-development conditions. Compare those two to really isolate the development impacts and understand the individual impacts associated with each one of those developments. Here to present that to you today.
Thank you.
So in the pre-development analysis, we took a look at what traffic conditions would be without the development that's currently underway in the city. Those pre-development findings had indicated that roadways that we had identified that were needed to be widened, St. John's Heritage Parkway, Malabar, and Babcock, would not be widened without the development as proposed. There are certain left turn lanes that would be recommended to be added without development as proposed along St. John's Heritage Parkway at Pace and Emerson. And then also proposed signalizations that were meant to enhance capacity at certain intersections that are not signalized would not be needed without the development as well. And then when we look at the post-development analysis as we presented previously in March, we wanted to really isolate which developments and what's their proportionate fair share that would contribute toward those improvement needs. Proportionate fair share has a statutory definition where we look at the amount of project traffic on a roadway or an intersection, and then divide that by what the service volume increase or capacity increase would be. So when we add an improvement, we do increase the capacity. How much of that capacity is consumed by a development that is proposed? The equations shown here on the table. So diving into the analysis, just a reminder, we had identified that in the Northwest quadrant, St. John's Heritage Parkway and Malabar Road would need to be widened. Along those roadways, as you can see with the dark circles around them, are intersection improvements that were also identified. Those intersection improvements were evaluated in conjunction with the roadway widening, ancillary to the roadway widening. Going down to the Southeast quadrant, same story along Babcock from St. John's Heritage Parkway north up to just north of Cogan. You can see several intersections that were proposed to be improved with signalization. There's one intersection that is at the intersection of Babcock and Micco. That intersection is proposed for improvement. However, it's not in conjunction with the widening. So we look at that one a little bit differently, which I'll talk about in just a second. So first, let's identify the service volume or theoretical capacity increases. We have, traffic engineering resources that we utilize to understand what the capacity is today, what it would be if that roadway was widened. The service volume increases shown on the right side represent that denominator in the equation that I presented previously. So with the roadway widening in the Northwest quadrant for St. John's Heritage Parkway and Malabar Road, be a capacity or service volume increase of about 1,140 vehicles per hour. This is a PM peak hour metric. In the Southeast quadrant, Babcock Street also with this widening would be an expected capacity increase of about 1,008. And then the intersection of Babcock Street and Micco Road, which is identified for signalization, will have a capacity increase of 152 vehicles per hour, and that's for the southbound left turn lane. So it seems like a smaller number, but it's a smaller amount of traffic that would go into it as well.
Bless you.
Looking at all the developments that have been proposed that are contributing traffic to the roadway network, we isolated that down per development and then per roadway segment for the St. John's Heritage Parkway as well as Malabar Road. Some of those, or each development has its own amount of traffic that it generates. And then when we do the proportionate share analysis, we look at each individual development. Same for the southeast quadrant. The top line of this table, Babcock Street and Mickle Road, a little bit different, but as you can see, the proposed Ashton Park development has the majority of the impact to that intersection and its capacity needs. All right, so comparing those capacities, the service volume increases that we presented 3 tables ago to the project trips for each development, we come up with a percentage. That's the percentage of the improvement that can be assigned to each development. So if you had an improvement cost, you multiply that cost by the percentage that's identified in this table for each development, and that's how you would allocate that to each development. And so you can see on the right, there's a total proportionate share for all of the summation of all the developments that's proposed. This would indicate that for the percentage of roadway or intersection capacity that is needed, the percentages that are shown would be funded by development. The remainder would be funded by future development or the city. Then here's the southeast quadrant proportionate fair share results as well. As we can see, the Babcock Street Mickle Road intersection, that improvement is expected to be entirely warranted and needed and paid for by development that is proposed. Again, and then we look down at the other roadways. The 2 of the 3 segments of Babcock Street are also anticipated to be funded entirely by development contributions. So the next steps, we had prepared 2 separate technical memoranda, provided that to Frank in June of this year. Outlined all of the tables. There's even more tables if you're really interested in diving into those numbers than what I presented today, but has all the calculations that are there and the assignments of the proportionate fair share for each development. And then I guess the next step is to memorialize these proportionate share contributions into proportionate share agreements. And we're looking forward to assisting the city and helping to sort those out. Each individual development will have its own agreement, most likely, and then we'll sort through how that gets allocated. And with that, that's the end of my presentation for the night.
Thank you. I'll start with my left with Councilman Johnson.
Nothing really to add, Mayor. I really appreciate this, sir. And I appreciate your work with our staff as well, especially when it comes to the final portion of what you alluded to in regards to finalizing these agreements and sticking with them. So I appreciate the work, sir. Thank you again for the presentation.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Mayor, thank you. Nothing to add, but yeah, great work. I appreciate the time and the effort that put into the research. I'm pretty sure staff would take this information and act up on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Foster, anything to add?
Yes, my question to the gentleman is, as other cities that connects to Palm Bay, Melbourne, West Melbourne, Malabar, as they grow, that's going to have a effect on our traffic. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct. And the project traffic that is part of this analysis is development traffic that the city of Palm Bay would be approving. The non-development traffic that is incorporated. So when we identify 52% or some number less than 100% of a improvement need, that percentage is for Palm Bay traffic. Now, when we looked at it, we're looking at all the traffic. So we are looking at growth in West Melbourne and the cities that are attached or connected to Palm Bay. And so that difference, or that, I guess, shortcoming is then a function of traffic that just grows naturally. Existing traffic that's on the road today that is, has one end of its trip within Palm Bay, but also traffic that could be generated or have another end of its trip in maybe West Melbourne, for example.
So, I mean, we can make improvements to our traffic, but it's also subject to other traffic problems in cities that are border ours. Am I correct?
That's correct. I just want to make sure I captured your question. So we can improve with the traffic that we can control, but I think to elaborate the non-development portion of the traffic, I would suggest that the city of Palm Bay coordinate with the local agency that is adjacent and try and get an understanding of how to fund that remainder of the improvement.
It would be in our best interest not only to improve our traffic, but work with other cities, surrounding cities, to to make the traffic flow better for both cities and our residents. That's what I'm thinking. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to round it up. I wholeheartedly agree. I think that this hard work is going to benefit our city, in particular with our next steps, right? Our proportionate fair share as how our city continues to grow. To Councilman Foster's comments, we all sit on the Space Coast TPO and we have some direct reflection on that. But we really appreciate your hard work on this analysis, and moving forward, this is going to be something critical for our city as we continue to grow throughout the Northeast or Northwest and the Southeast. So thank you. Is there anything else, Madam Sherman, you wanted to share?
No, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
So now we're on public comments. Deputy Mayor?
Mayor, we'll start with Mr. Timblin, followed by Robert Stice. Mr. Stice.
I need my glasses tonight. Got some written notes. Tim Bland, 1992 Winbrook Drive, Southeast Palm Bay. My first point is the lot split at the majors that I handed out to everybody there. So apparently, Joy LLC, managed by Heather Joyner, developed another LLC called HDC, Heather Dylan Christian for Children, and sold about 13 acres of the improved property at 3375 Bayside Lakes Drive for $10. The scam is to get away from cutting the whole property and only cutting the 13 acres, which encompasses the parking lot, the clubhouse, the maintenance sheds, a small strip out over a bridge to the bathroom out on the 4th tee, 7th fairway. Again, I think this is a scam. So what are the addresses of these new properties? Gotta have separate addresses so I can file a complaint with code compliance on the supposed, if you guys authorize it, 15 feet that she's also only has to maintain. I will also say that allowing this property to just grow uncontrolled. Think back to 2008, the Palm Bay fires. The brush fire going through 180 acres with no sprinkler system, no fire hydrants. What is Palm Bay Fire Department going to do? There's over 300 houses around that property. It's a severe fire risk. If insurers found out that this property was unmaintained, are they going to raise the rates of everybody around that golf course property? I mean, this is significant. I'm scared to death. This is a significant danger, allowing 60 acres to go unmaintained indefinitely. It's just crazy. So we got to think about an ordinance change for unimproved properties. We got to limit the size of the unimproved property. Most unimproved properties in Palm Bay are what? a quarter acre, half acre, 1 acre. We're talking 160 acres. We can't let it go unmaintained. That's dangerous in this city. It's dangerous to Bayside Lakes. You've got to do something about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Robert Stice.
Good evening, Council. I have two comments for you. One is about the majors. I'm going to ask you to please have the owner continue to mow. As you know, tall brush and weeds attract snakes, rats, bugs. It's difficult to see gators. Tim talked about the fire danger, what have you. And it's about quality of life. And it's about homeowner value. Okay? In the last magistrate meeting that we were in, he had mentioned that perhaps you're going to need to mow more than once a month. I have been here 6 years. I've never seen it rain every day, just about every day for 2 months. That grass is growing at a well, I would call it a record pace with all the rain. Are we looking at that? You know, are we looking at the importance, how that property means to the city and the homeowners surrounding it? Please look at that. I want to switch gears a little bit. That also, we had mentioned last meeting, none of the ponds are being maintained, okay? And more people lose their lives by floods than any other catastrophe. Now, in these ponds, you have a lot of patties. I forget what they're called, you know. But you have patties in there. You got dead animals. You have partial turtles that the alligators feed on. You have weeds. You have everything else. Now, what I heard last meeting, what I want to focus on, I'm asking you guys to look at is communication. We brought that up last meeting, and all I heard was thank you. I didn't hear anything else. Is there an ordinance about getting these ponds taken care of? Because we get a hurricane hit, you get all of these, you have all of these ponds on golf course property with all this debris in there, okay? You can have significant flooding in there. So what I'm asking the staff and the mayor to do, give us some information on that, please. Are you working on that? Can we get something online or what have you? Because that is a potential catastrophe waiting to happen with all of these ponds. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bill Batten.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street, Southwest. I have 3 items to address. 1, I find it strange that you try to punish a person for using their First Amendment rights, which is freedom of religion, freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, freedom of press, and freedom to petition their government. As a result, this person now has more traction, more notoriety, and more free press. This looks identical to Donald Trump. He just keeps getting more popular. Item number 2, Florida Power and Light.
Settle down, folks.
Could I have that time back, please? Thank you. Florida and Power Light cleared power from lines, but left all the down branches in my yard, plus the trees from my neighbor over the fence to my yard. I cleaned it all up, his and mine. Republic, thank you. I know they were a commercial business. Item number 3, City Attorney Patricia Smith, thank you very much. The information that you provided me on state of emergency, informed me greatly of what I needed to know. Unfortunately, it generated more questions than I had answers, and I appreciate the knowledge that you passed on to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Charles Timms. Charles Timms.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you. My wife and my daughters, my grandchildren, we've all lived here for 20 years. And I'd like to talk trash just for a couple minutes about trash.
You get closer to the mic, Mr.
How's that? Is that a little better?
Yes, sir. That's
I got a big dad voice, so, you know, sometimes it just booms. when the trash service changed, everybody knows that prices doubled. And the inflexibility of the system is really something that I would like to see addressed, in that my wife and I generate about half a trash can of trash and per week, and the trash system comes twice a week. And when I said, well, let me get smaller trash cans, I'd have to pay $38 a trash can to have them delivered, and then it doesn't change my rate. So I thought that was odd. Well, maybe I can just get them to come once a week. No, they can't come once a week. No, they can't come every other week. No. So there's no flexibility in the system. And then other people in my neighborhood are paying different rates for the same number of cans. So I don't understand that. You know, I just don't grasp what that's really about. So I don't know whether there's anything to do. I know we changed contracts, changed companies, and I know we have a 10-year contract. I'd like to know whether there's any way to augment that, any way to make any adjustments, flexibility, because again, there's a lot of people in our neighborhood, just 2 miles down the road, you know, that don't have children or live by themselves. One of the men that works in this building was telling me he makes about 2 Walmart bags of trash a week, and he spends the same amount of money that I do. We all do. So that's it. I just wanted to mention that with you.
Well, I appreciate that, sir. And Ms. Mosconi will give you her card, and then you guys can speak offline. She'll give you additional information regarding the contract.
That'd be great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Laura Reveals.
Good evening. My name is Laura Rebels, and I'm a 21-year Lockmar resident living at 410 Neptune Drive. I am here to address the ongoing traffic issues caused by Pineapple Cove Classical Academy. At the June 8th meeting, Mayor Medina stated he would not allow the school to add an 8th grade, which would increase approximately 140 students unless the school resolved the traffic issue. The school did not resolve the traffic issue, yet it was still able to add the 8th grade. Mr. Moran, the PCCA founder, made a statement in the Brevard Business News article dated July 31st that he has signed a contract for 7 acres on Emerson Drive. And I quote, "I am planning to build a high school there with a trade school. I talked to Palm Bay City officials and they are excited about our plans." The city manager stated at the June 8th meeting that the property, which is located next to Dollar General, is not zoned for school use and would require resident approval in order to change the zoning for the school to build. I want to put on record that I oppose any expansion that Pineapple Cove Classical Academy requests at the Emerson Road location. Our neighborhood was once a quiet, family-oriented area with a great elementary school. We did not need this monstrosity built here, and expansion will only make it worse. Secondly, these traffic issues are still ongoing. I would like to know what the city is going to do about it to bring the residents of this area some resolution and relief. That's it.
Thank you, ma'am. So the first thing I want to share with you is I've attended all those meetings. And if you took it that I said I can't legally stop something going on, and Madam Sherman was also present, but I did say I would bring the concerns to this dais, and we did discuss them. And part of the solution at that time was to extend Emerson, a turn lane on Emerson Road, which council gave a thumbs up to increase that capacity on Emerson. And if you recall, at that very same meeting in June, I also said we have to look at it as council with a high-level view of you wanting to place all the traffic on Emerson, and that could create more of a safety, public safety concern. But I say all of that to just make sure you understand, I had no time when it comes to legal issues. I can't guarantee anything other than bring it forth for council. And we had an extensive discussion that very next meeting, which was the first week of July, if I'm not mistaken. Also, I'd like for you to speak with, we've got our public works individual here, Mr. Frank Watanabe, or not public works, our traffic engineer. And perhaps, because this is an ongoing issue. This is something that we continue to work with. And I am in agreement with you, something's got to be resolved. The information I recently received was even a 300-foot lane turning into the school may not be sufficient. And I just received that intel maybe a few days ago, but we're going to continue to work this and see how we can improve that entire corridor and that school. So Mr. Watanabe, if he's right over there and
Do you have a time frame for that?
No, ma'am, I can't give you a time frame. I can't. But maybe Mr. Watanabe may be able to give you additional information. And this is something serious. And I'm proud to tell you and report that every member on this council, even the gentleman that's on the phone, was in agreement with increasing that lane, that turn lane off of Emerson because of the importance it is to the Lockmart community. So I'll let you go ahead and have a conversation, a side conversation with Mr. Watanabe. Thank you. Next speaker.
Mr. Don Jordan.
Don Jordan, 2141 Madden Avenue, Southwest Palm Bay. First off, I want to thank Councilman Kenny Johnson and also our engineer, Frank Watanabe. Madden Road has finally been paved. Hallelujah. Thank you very much. On another note, in November, there was a vote taken that was rejected by 70.5% of the city voters to give the city council a raise. So subsequent to that, the city council voted themselves expense accounts of $500 for the mayor and $400 for each councilman. Now that is really bad optics. I mean, I can't believe that you wouldn't see that after the citizens rejected a pay raise, that you would go ahead and do something like that. So I'm just disappointed with the council for doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mr. Nathan White.
Mr. Jordan, just for the record, the mayor has refused that stipend.
Nathan White, 1301 Seabreeze Street Southwest. I wanted to come before you tonight because I filed a petition with the city of Palm Bay to amend the charter, and it has caused a substantial amount of drama. So I wanted to make sure that the council was clear on just exactly what the bill contains, the proposed amendment contains. And for anyone who, I'm sure you guys know, but it would require approximately 8,600 and something signatures, rounding up about 9,000 signatures to successfully complete the petition, and which would then put this amendment on the ballot to be voted on by the residents. The amendment is three main points: balanced budget, maximum spending limit, and limitation on total debts. The city council shall adopt a balanced budget for each fiscal year. Deficit spending, defined as any expenditure that would result in a negative budgetary balance, shall be prohibited. That is in state statute. This is a duplication for the point of kind of a symbolic enshrining of that financial responsibility ideal. The second is maximum spending limit, similar. The total amount of spending for the city of Palm Bay shall not exceed the city's total revenue or annual budget, regardless of the source of revenue or category of spending. Unexpected surplus revenue shall be allocated to road maintenance. Authorization, in the event of an emergency or critical need, the city council may authorize excess spending for a single budget year by unanimous vote. An authorization of excess spending due to an emergency shall require a coinciding state of emergency as declared by the Florida governor. And authorization of excess spending due to critical need shall require review by the Citizen Budget Advisory Board, who shall review the cause and definition of the critical need to ensure it aligns with the best interests of the city and the responsible use of tax dollars, and the review by the board and the presentation of their recommendation to the council at a regular council meeting shall be conducted prior to the final approval of such spending. I'm going to skip subsection E for you for the sake of time. The last one, limitation on total of the debts, the one that's drawn some ire. Except by unanimous vote of the city council or approval by referendum of the electors, the city shall assume no debt which would result in the total annual debt service on city debt exceeding 5% of the total annual budget. The reason for that is because we currently are spending over 6%, I think over 7% on debt from our annual budget. We are in approximately $278 million of debt. And with the taking out of the last tranche of the road bond, which was recently voted on, that will push us over the $300 million of debt mark. Some of that is the road bond, not all of it. So this would limit us. It would not affect our ability to pay on current debt, only latter debt. I just wanted this to be clear for council. And if any of you would like to speak with me, I'd be happy to.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mr. Thomas Redmond.
Good evening. My name is Thomas Redmond. I live at 1867 Shannon Street in Palm Bay, Florida. Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, council members, and citizens of Palm Bay. I'm here today to talk about things that are happening in our city that I don't agree with. I'm currently using my constitutional right to petition you gentlemen, and what I'm asking is you stop making decisions that benefit you personally instead of what the citizens want or need. I constantly watch you go against what the citizens desire on votes. I know I must only address you, Mr. Mayor, so I will do just that. Mr. Mayor, you were a Marine for a very short period of time behind a desk. Some of us deployed 5, 6 times. Lots of us got shot at. I would like to ask that you stop doing the ooh-rah stuff. It's not appropriate. It embarrasses me and my city. Next, Thomas Jefferson was very clear on the separation of church and state. No, it's not in the Constitution, and you guys know that's what I teach. I am an expert in the Constitution. I teach civics. I know it was a letter. I know it was a letter on January 1st, 1802 from Thomas Jefferson to Danbury Baptist. We are not supposed to be including our religion in our meetings. Now, the first prayer, we should. And let me be clear, I am a Christian, but there's a reason for that. And unfortunately, I have 1:24, so I don't have time to explain it. Mr. Mayor, I raised all the money for Palm Bay's Cold Night Shelter. I gave it all to a church. We don't have a cold night shelter. Truth Revealed received millions to build a cold night shelter. There's still no cold night shelter. We need to fix that. There's a serious conflict of interest with you working in Mr. Posey's office and being our mayor, and my attorney's looking into that. I don't want you recognizing murderers. You recognized a murderer, and we all make mistakes, but you doubled down on that and tried to make us believe it was okay. It's not. I know the people said how they wanted things to be handled when somebody leaves council. You chose to make that not happen. So, I'm going to be the mayor of Palm Bay in 2024. I didn't say I was going to run. I'm going to be the mayor. I'm going to be the mayor because I'm going to spend every dollar I have to ensure you're not in office anymore. Thank you very much.
Next speaker. Next speaker.
Mrs. Senator Isabel Wright.
What a wonderful segue. Thank you so much. My name is Isabel Wright. I am the president of the Florida Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, president of United Coalition Council, and I'm here today because I, as the rest of the community, is pretty frustrated with you all. Excuse me, don't interrupt and don't be rude, and add my seconds. Everybody has a right to speak their mind, and I think that Mr. Redmond and everyone else has a right to express their feelings. I am here today because I am tired of contacting all of you, except for Mr. Mayor, because he doesn't do anything for me, so I don't bother, about Fred Lee Park. We have had no cover at that park for the kids to enjoy it. Summer went by, they're back in school, and still no cover. I've talked to you, Kenny. I've talked to you, Mr. Donnie Felix, and I've talked to you, Suzanne. Still no cover. Now, I'm not an unreasonable person. I've tried to do everything, you know, the way that we should do it, but it's not getting accomplished. And I don't like to get BS from nobody because I'm not the one to take it. Now, the park doesn't have the cover. We're self-insured, so we're not waiting for an insurance check. It hasn't been ordered. People get sick, and I understand that, but we're a city. If you get sick and you can't do your job, then you get somebody else to do it while you're sick, and you can come back to your job. I'm not being unreasonable. But people in Lockmar demand a park for their kids. People in Lockmar demand a place where children can have fun and enjoy themselves after school. It's not up to us to make sure that you are doing your job as a city and providing cover for these kids to have fun. Now you go try and get on that park during the weather this time around, and you see how you're gonna get burned. Now, the only person here that has more kids that I know of is you, Kenny. You don't want to take your son to a park where he's going to get burned. We're spending millions of dollars in the senior center, and our parks are falling apart. It is an embarrassment to me, and I'm a senior. I may not look it, but I am a senior. And it bothers me, the millions of dollars for the senior center that is a nonprofit that's making a lot of money, paying $1 a year, as the Palm Bay Chamber does, and we are not generating anything from it. The park needs to be taken care of. Oakview Park, the sign is falling apart. It's a disgusting, dangerous situation for our kids. When are you guys going to step up and say enough is enough and you're going to do something about our parks and our children? You talk about your kids are the first thing. No, you don't. You don't want to put the PAL program in place so the kids don't have anywhere to go. You don't take care of the kids and their education. We can have an after-school program at the senior center, but you choose not to step up and say, this is what it is. That is our building, and they're not paying enough. So either get out or share the building with the kids in this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Would we allow Ms. Sherman to
Sure, absolutely.
respond?
Would you like me to speak to the?
Speak to the parks.
Yeah, speak to Miss the specific part with the park, Fredley Park.
Certainly.
That concern. Yeah.
Certainly, yes. So Fredley Park does have normally have a shade cover over the playground. It was damaged in a hailstorm earlier in the year. The shade structure cover replacement has been ordered. However, we've been having delays with the manufacturer telling us that the earliest we would probably get it is like October, November. Staff has looked around at other vendors. It's a specialty order item, and we have been unable to find anyone that could really speed up that timeline for us. So we're still basically on that path. It should be here in the fall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Is that good?
That's good enough. I think it's important that Mrs. Wright, we had conversations last week. I answered your phone call, and we had at least 2 conversations in that regards, and we were away. I was away for a conference last week, so part of that availability come to play. I understand your concern, but I think it's important too, understanding that these folks are professionals. We are elected. Take the frustration on us all you want, and certainly us signing up for this job, we have to accept it as long as it's within reason, it's not being disrespectful. And like I say again, I've often said I don't have to do this. I love my community so much, but what I will not accept is the direct, personal, and disrespectful. Not that that's what you did, but at least do so in a way. I'll answer your call anytime. I'll take a meeting from you, and I have. But especially when it comes to our staff, do it. Make your point. Do it with grace, and we'll address it. But show respect. I've seen some communications where you were disrespectful to our city manager. I think it's not right. It's not cool. It's not acceptable.
Point of order, ma'am. This discussion is, does that conclude your comments?
No, not yet. No, I think we have to be, we have to be respectful, make our point, make our demand and request in a respectable manner, especially to our staff. But certainly, my line is open whenever you have a meeting, and I do, when you bring a concern to me, I do ask question, I do go back, and we had a lengthy conversation up on Tuesday about that. You're very concerned.
You don't put on the agenda, so we can
Sir?
have a conversation back.
Sir, does that conclude your, that concludes, all right. Was that the last speaker?
Next speaker is Butch Oren.
Good day. Butch Oran, 219 Trenton Avenue. I have two quick things I want to talk about. First one, last time I was in here, you guys said if you see something, say something. Somebody needs to drive up Jupiter Boulevard between Brevard and Turner Elementary School. The sidewalks are flooded, and they stay flooded. It looks like they've come in and filled in where the parents are parking, so now it's caused the water to back up. And it's out there today, big time. The other...
So that's Brevard and Eldron, right?
No. Brevard Avenue.
Jupiter,
east and west.
Okay.
And Turner Elementary on the west side. Brevard's on the east end. Okay? Back to Jupiter and Minton. That intersection is becoming a hell of a place to get through in the mornings and the afternoons. People are running the red lights. They're making the right-hand turn to go up DeGroot. And when the lane is full, they just continue to back up traffic there. I don't know what can be done about it, timing on the light or something. But it's really bad early morning and afternoon when everybody's coming home from work and school. The other thing, I've tried to educate myself on council members conducting council business with the public on a phone. I cannot find anywhere where it's mentioned. I do know that we did it during COVID, but that was extraordinary times, so it called for extraordinary ways to communicate with folks. It's awful hard to communicate with someone face to face when they're not here. I understand illness, but if it's going to be a prolonged illness, if we, the public, could just have some kind of idea what we're going to do to fill that void, because that's what it becomes. If you're sitting in the audience, you can't understand the phone conversations. It's just garbled. So if we could look into that, and if someone from the city attorney's office could give me somewhere to go look, I would be glad to educate myself on it. The only thing I could find was what you guys got on holding the office and 4 vacancies, but illness doesn't fit in that category, nor does it communication other than face-to-face is nowhere in here that I can find. So if somebody could help me in a direction to go, I'd be glad to do it myself. Thank you. Oh,
Thank you.
And the lady mentioned the covers for the playgrounds. It's so hot that the buzzards are hiding under the shelters down at 3 March Landing. So when they're looking for shade, it's hot. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, if we could make a note in sharing any information regarding Butch's request. Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker.
Mr. Derek Nathan.
Hi, Council. Thanks for letting me have a chance to speak. I'm back again about the trailers in your driveway. On the agenda 22, I spoke with Jesse Anderson during the week. He told me to come in and speak. I can understand if you have a trailer in your driveway that you pay taxes on and the tires are falling off, but I own a small business and I use my trailer frequently. And when I was told I couldn't park my trailer in my driveway that I pay taxes on, it kind of made me upset. And I wanted to speak. I'm not sure if there's a hardship because I use my trailer quite frequently, almost daily during the week because I own a small business, DSN Home Services. And I was wondering if I could have a hardship or something for that. I know Jesse told me to come and speak today.
We're going to discuss that. That's item number 22, as you mentioned.
Yeah, I wrote it on the paper.
So perhaps you should stay in for that discussion.
Oh, I'm going to
Speak
stay
on
for
that.
it. Because I pay taxes on the property. I don't live in an HOA. You know, it's in my driveway and it's roadworthy. I use it quite frequently. Thank you.
Thank you.
Here this concludes public comment.
All right, outstanding. That concludes our public comments. We are now going to item number 14 on the public hearings. Ms. Smith.
Resolution 2023-24, a resolution of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending Resolution 2019-48, Section 2, Exhibit A, by granting a modification to the site plan for the conditional use to allow for the addition of a third story in the structure in CC, Community Commercial District zoning. This property is located south of and adjacent to Malabar Road, in the vicinity east of Cassia Avenue and legally described herein, providing for construction to be in compliance with the site plan, providing for a commencement period, providing for an effective date.
I'm going to open up the public hearing and ask the applicant to present their case.
Thank you very much. Jake Wise, civil engineer for the project, and thank you again for allowing us to move up the agenda. I have another public hearing tonight, so appreciate that very much. This project you saw back in 2019, it was granted a conditional use for the to allow a mini storage on the property. We worked very closely with the neighbors, have a site plan that was approved, building permits approved, and the project moved forward. We put up, for example, a large 8-foot fence to the only residents that back up to us to the west. We moved our building over further away from them, did a large preservation area, enhanced landscaping. And when we came back and went through a neighborhood meeting to come here before tonight, we didn't have any opposition. We didn't have anybody come to planning and zoning. So we think we've been a great neighbor. This project is being done with the Malabar Pharmacy. It was to add parking for them because they needed it, and they have a partnership between them. We even closed a driveway at the staff's request. The project has moved along with construction. It's far underway, and we're pretty excited that we're getting close to it. So we have our building permits and our site permits, and we're here tonight just to modify that conditional use that was approved in 2019, just to allow us to go from 2 stories to 3 stories for the self-storage. We're allowed up to 70 feet in height in zoning. Again, to be a good neighbor, we've agreed to keep it under 40. And so it's been received very positively so far from the neighbors. We even almost doubled all of our minimum setbacks, move them even more. So with that being said, I know you have a big agenda tonight. I won't take up any more of your time. Planning and zoning did support the project. Staff supports the project. We have the owners here tonight to answer any questions. And thank you again for allowing us to move forward.
Any questions, Council? Councilman Foster, any questions?
No questions. No question, Mayor.
Thank you. Any comments, comment cards?
Yes, Mayor. Mr. Bill Batten?
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. This is a perfect example of what happens without knowing the plans before allowing the modification. It ended up in a stop order, which resulted in a financial cost to the developer and an embarrassment to the city of Palm Bay. Let's just learn from our mistakes and not let something like this happen again, because there's several cases like this right now in the city where people are trying to get some quick modifications done. Well, it'll be minor, it won't matter. There's several indications of that, especially right around the bayfront right now. So I'm just bringing this to light. So we'll watch closely. Let's learn from our mistakes, okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Madam Sherman, can you just highlight just a brief history of how we came to this position?
Yes, sir. After the council approval back in 2021, I believe it was, 2019, the conditional use was approved by council. In 2021, staff was administratively working through the site plan and inadvertently approved 3 stories instead of 2 stories. So that was the issue that needed to be corrected and has since come before you tonight for resolution. And also staff is working on some various process changes to prevent that kind of situation from occurring in the future.
Thank you. We are taking action on that, correct? Thank you, ma'am. No other speaker cards?
No, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna close the public hearing and ask for a motion.
So moved. Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Felix. Any other comments, gentlemen? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Passes 4-0. Thank you. We are now on item number 1, public hearing.
Ordinance 2023-56, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, vacating and abandoning a portion of the rear 20-foot public utility and drainage easement located within Lot 1, Block 489, Port Malabar Unit 12, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 15, page 53, of the public records of Brevard County, Florida, and legally described herein, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open up the public hearing, ask the applicant to present their case. Are you here, Mr. Vieira?
Just thank you for everything you are doing. I'm just scared.
Well, don't be. It's okay. It's okay.
I am a new guy in the neighborhood. Anyway, just I want to take 4 feet because the pool gonna take 4 more feet. It's just a small pool, 12 by 26. It's not a big of a deal. So instead to 20, I need from this 20 to 4 feet. That's what I'm asking for the easement.
Thank you.
So that's what I have to say.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Any additional comments? Okay, not from you, from staff. Any additional comments? Thank you. Anyone in the audience wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing and asking for a motion.
So moved. Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Felix. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Passes 4-0. Congratulations on your pool, sir.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Item number 2.
Ordinance 2023-70, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances, Title 17, Land Development Code, Chapter 185, Zoning Code, Subchapter, Supplementary District Regulations, by modifying provisions related to accessory structures, providing for the repeal of ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for inclusion in the City of Palm Bay Code of Ordinances, providing for a severability clause, providing for an effective date.
I'm going to open up the public hearing. Ask Ms. Sherman.
Thank you, Mayor. This is final reading for the modifications to the accessory structures section of our ordinance. Happy to answer any new questions you may have.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone in the audience wish to speak for or against this item? Master Chief?
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. A metal structure only 12 feet high will not accommodate a tall trailer or a motor home. Right? Keeping that in mind, you can now get metal structures that look just like a regular building here in Florida. Nowadays, they all don't look like Quonset huts. Is there any way we could have some leeway on this, because it's the most economical way to increase coverage to protect your equipment? Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Sherman?
Does council want to discuss that? I'll have Jesse come up if you'd like to
Yeah,
speak to it.
I'd like to see if we could increase it, but Dr. Jesse, I think we went down this path before, and I think the object was to keep it within the same height of the roof, if I'm not mistaken. Dr. Jesse?
Good evening, Jesse Anderson, Assistant Director of Growth Management. That portion of the text has not changed, so just out of overall transparency, we did not actually change how big or the depth or square footage of these structures that are metal. So they're already only allowed to be 12 feet and up to 300 square feet. So I just want that out there, but we could potentially increase it. What I believe, if we're looking at what Mr. Batten had referenced, would be a specific type of architectural styling that we could require in association with metal structures if that were to behoove council. So it could still potentially allow for new age type metal structures that don't resemble certain types of archaic nature that we could exclude in an architectural fashion. But as of now, it's excluding all metal structures that would be beyond 300 square feet and 12 feet in height.
I don't know what the pleasure is of council. I'd like to probably explore that, especially if they're new metal structures that people would have to obtain. Is that what I'm hearing?
So yes, so let me clarify one more thing. What we could potentially do tonight is, since we are not changing that portion of the code, that is remaining the same. What I would personally recommend from the growth management would be that we continue with the proposed language that we have tonight. And if council seeks consensus, we can look at the metal structure section specifically and try to address that more cohesively.
I'm amendable to that. Deputy Mayor?
I would be on board with that as well. That would continue it in.
And this is just to look in, because I don't want to do something just off, we're going to be gathering information and data, see what other municipalities have done.
Absolutely. During that process, we would be doing that, as well as creating a specific type of standard. So it wouldn't just say metal structures as a blanket. We would say metal structures that have certain types of architectural frameworks to them.
Do you have any comments, Councilman Foster?
No comment.
All right, sir. So if we could put that on the record, do you need that to be part of the motion? I would imagine.
No,
No?
sir. No, keep that. I would keep that separate. We will take that as a staff action item and do some research and get back to you all.
Okay. So with that condition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item? Step right up, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and the councilman. My name is John Newton. I've been a real estate developer in this county for probably 25 years now. And I've built more than 2 million square feet of metal buildings. And I would suggest you really consider this motion about creating architecturally pleasing metal buildings. 2 reasons, maybe 3 reasons. One is they can be designed to be just about any shape. Second reason is they can be designed to have windstorm tolerances much greater than wood structures or other structures that we look at today. Third reason is most of the products made in America, and we can get it locally and get it within the state, and the ease of construction speeds up the whole process of getting things from point A to handing over keys to somebody. But I really would like to see more architectural metal being used, and not Quonset huts and not flat monoslope metal buildings. So just want to make that suggestion, and I think it would be a good one for the city because it would allow more flexibility in design.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item? Yes, sir. Step right up.
Mitchell Rand, 219 Trenton Avenue. If I'm not mistaken, doesn't the city have a bunch of metal buildings? Parks and Recs, the service facilities for the vehicles, those are metal buildings, right? So why do we have to have such a hassle to get one? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and ask for a motion.
So moved. Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Felix. Any additional discussion, gentlemen? So we're good with the metal structures are going to be looked at?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Passes 4-0. Item number 3.
Ordinance 2023-71, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances, Title 17, Land Development Code, Chapter 185, Zoning Code, Subchapter, General Provisions, by modifying provisions related to the site plan review process, providing for the repeal of ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for a severability clause, providing for an effective date.
Madam Sherman, I'm going to open up the public hearing and defer to you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. This is the final reading for the addition of sections into our ordinance to amend the site plan review process and also provide a process that's separate for different types of site plan reviews that are more minor or redevelopment of existing developed sites. So happy to answer any new questions you may have.
Any questions, council? Seeing none, anyone in the audience wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing, asking for a motion.
So moved. Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Felix. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 4-0. Item number 4.
Ordinance 2023-72, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances, Title 17, Land Development Code, Chapter 185, Zoning Code, Subchapter, Supplementary District Regulations, by including provisions for outdoor dining, providing for the repeal of ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for inclusion in City of Palm Bay Code of Ordinances, providing for a severability clause, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open up the public hearing and ask Ms. Sherman.
Thank you, Mayor. This is also final reading. This is to establish a very new section in our code related to outdoor dining. And as we discussed last time, there will be a grandfathering of those that already have outdoor dining. So happy to answer any new questions you may have.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions? The grandfather was really important. Anyone wish to speak for or against this item? Step right up, ma'am. Please state your name.
My name is Sandra Reed, and I live at 1611 Heald Road. And forgive me if I'm just being real stupid about this. My health hasn't been really great this last year, so I've missed a lot of the meetings. But the only question I have is the outdoor dining. And so I just, since I'm sorry, I did not avail myself of this information to understand. We did have a situation a couple of years ago where they wanted to do a wedding venue in the middle of our residential area that would seat 300 people outside. So is this what we're talking about? I just need to make sure it's not.
That's good. I do remember that, I believe. Yes, ma'am. Madam Sherman?
So I can clarify, this is a section of the ordinance we've created to govern outdoor seating or dining for licensed food or eating establishments.
Well, but if it was a wedding venue, would that not? So I just didn't know if it was in that same, because it's, our current law is written so beautifully in residential area to make sure that when people come into thing, it doesn't disturb the peace and the harmony of the community. And I just didn't want to sit here and let it go if I was missing something. So thank you.
Yeah, that is residential, and I think that was the big part of that issue, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item?
Hello, my name is Kaylin Meek, 567 Brickell. I guess my biggest question would be, would this outdoor dining space have coverage? Because we wouldn't want anybody to get burned from the hot Florida sun that does tend to heat surfaces. And when your skin comes in contact with said surfaces that have been cooked in the Florida sun, it could hurt. We wouldn't want those people to get hurt. So just wanted to see if there was coverage discussion in this.
So I've seen some that have coverage, and it's a business decision to put the coverage, but I'm not
Smart.
sure if it would be a smart business decision.
Yeah.
But Madam Sherman?
You're correct. You're correct, Mayor. We do not require coverage, but we do have some language in the ordinance that talks about how the coverage, like umbrellas, for example, have to be handled, things like that.
Safety. Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing, asking for a motion.
So moved.
I got a motion by Deputy Mayor Felix,
Second.
seconded by Councilman Johnson. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Passes 4-0. We are now on item number 5. Madam Smith.
Ordinance 2023-73, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances, Title 5, Legislative, Chapter 52, Boards, Subchapter, Citizen Budget Advisory Board, by repealing the subchapter in its entirety, providing for the repeal of ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for deletion from the City of Palm Bay Code of Ordinances, providing for a severability clause, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open up the public hearing, and Madam Sherman.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the item from Councilman Foster for the elimination of the Citizens Budget Advisory Board, and this is final reading.
Any questions, council? Okay, anyone in the audience wish to speak for or against this item? You raise your hand up first, Master Chief, and
I have a card. From Ms. Connolly.
okay.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street, Southwest. I did not appreciate one of the reasons for disbanding the Citizens Budget Advisory Board was to silence one of its members. Remember, mine and yours First Amendment rights, freedom of religion, freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, freedom of the press, and freedom to petition the government. I found it strange that I just got my tax bill or my tax proposal today. And the only identifiable line item on there that increased was the City of Palm Bay. The county, the school, and everybody else lowered their millage rate. The City of Palm Bay was the only identity to raise it. I found that strange. Yet the Citizens Budget Advisory Board at their last meeting, that was one of the things they wanted to address to you, was keeping it below what it was now. That's what they wanted to address with you, but it didn't pass by vote. So, right? That being said, don't let this be a stain on how you govern over the City of Palm Bay, right? That's up to you, because this is going to be your vote tonight. Let's don't put a stain on how you govern the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Connolly?
Susan Connolly, 3901 Dixie Highway Northeast. I am a member of the Citizens Budget Advisory Board, and I would like to, I know the council is familiar with the bylaws, but for the benefit of the citizens here who are not, I would like to read the purpose and intent of why this board was formed. The purpose and intent of the board is to provide impartial and independent overview, analysis, and advice to the City Council regarding the city's budget, and to assist the City Council in maintaining fiscal responsibility by ensuring efficient and effective spending practices. The board fulfills this purpose by reviewing and making recommendations to City Council regarding proposed budgets and budget amendments submitted by the city manager. These are the specific duties that we are charged with. First,
provide input to the city council on improving transparency and communication of the budget to the public. I'm going to read that again because when you all took office, one of the first things that you addressed with the citizens was transparency issues and ethics. And one of the very duties of us on this board is to provide input to the city council on improving this transparency and communication of the budget to the public. Also, to provide recommendations to the city council regarding the development of the annual budget. To also review the city manager's proposed budget, capital improvement plan, budget amendments, and budget updates. The board's review of the proposed budget item should focus on the following: how the proposed budget affects economic development, job creation, or retention, also to focus on potential for cost savings and revenue generating opportunities. Sounds like this should be a paid job with the city. However, I think this speaks for itself, the importance of this board, not only for the citizens, but for the council. And instead of the vote tonight being one to dissolve this board, I would like the vote be to discuss how we can continue to serve our community doing these specific duties and responsibilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Mr. Jordan, and then ma'am, you're next. So if you can come closer to the front. Thank you.
Don Jordan, 2141 Madden Avenue Southwest. This is another optics issue, in my opinion. It's entitled Citizens Budget Advisory Board. That means the citizens are involved in the city government. But it's an advisory board, which means that you have the option to accept it or reject it and take the recommendations or not. So I can't see why you would want to dissolve this. Now, if they're not functioning in such a way as it's beneficial to you or to the city, then maybe you should restructure it in some way so that it is beneficial. But to just get rid of it because it's citizens involved, it's just bad optics to just, it looks like you're saying we don't care what the citizens want. You get that, Mayor? It just doesn't seem like you're concerned with what the citizens have to offer. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Pat Dauper at 410 Georges Avenue Northeast. I'm going to read an email that I sent directly to Councilman Johnson, Felix, and Foster. At the council meeting this Thursday night, the 17th, you'll be voting again to determine whether or not you'll disband the Citizens Budget Advisory Board permanently. I and others in attendance were deeply disheartened and angered by your decision. You said you felt offended and made assumptions that misinformation was being spread by a certain individual or individuals. Therefore, your best response was to shut it down, along with canceling the citizens' right to freely petition their government. As the mayor explained, this is a group of citizen volunteers sacrificing their time to meet, discuss, and advise the city council on financial issues. I was at the meeting when Randall Chesky requested guidance and direction from you, but evidently there was no response. You claimed certain folks are spreading misinformation. If you have nothing to hide, then what are you worried about? We, the citizens of Palm Bay, should be able to keep you accountable for your decisions and actions without fear of retribution or cancellation. We do not want our city council to be known as a member of the cancel culture. Mayor Medina frequently brings up the term transparency. Are you afraid of being transparent? I mean, who doesn't want a balanced budget? It's the citizens' money, not the government's. This is a statement from the Supreme Court Justice Gorsuch. Of course, abiding the Constitution's commitment to freedom of speech means all of us won't counter ideas we consider unattractive, misguided, or even hurtful. But tolerance, not coercion, is our nation's answer. The First Amendment envisions the United States as a rich and complex place where all persons are free to think and speak as they wish. And I'm going to include the right to petition our government as well, not as the government demands. Since you all claim to be church-going Christians, I pray for God's wisdom to reign in this decision. Being offended is the tool the enemy uses to divide. So please forgive, come together, solve this problem in a righteous and civil manner. Thank you.
Thank you for allowing us to speak tonight. My name is Katie Delaney. I am actually a resident of Cocoa. I came all the way down here when I heard that this board was possibly being dissolved. The reason why it concerns me is because I'm very concerned that if our cities aren't solvent and they do have financial issues, what does that mean for the rest of the county? Who foots that bill? Will the county have to assume the services of this if you guys go bankrupt? It would be in the best interest of the residents of Palm Bay for this commission to have a balanced budget. After all, your positions are to serve the people of the city, are they not? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item? Please step forward.
Nathan White, 1301 Seabury Street, Southwest. The issue at hand, the potential dissolution of the Citizen Budget Advisory Board, this is not about a board. It's about a petition, and it's about democracy and the fundamental constitutional rights we hold dear. At the last council meeting, two councilmen made very clear why they voted against this motion when it was made 9 months ago, but have changed their minds and decided to vote for it this time. Councilman Johnson stated, and I quote, "My main issue is with misinformation and putting out false information, saying the city is facing financial catastrophe and that we're not able to adopt a balanced budget." Now I'll pause the quote to say, I didn't say that, but my petition is titled Balanced Budget Amendment. Back to quote, "Usually I stay quiet because everybody has a right to speak and say what they have to say. But when staff is working their hardest to put out the right information to the residents, for others to take that information and manipulate it, I'm not going to stand for that." We're using the same data, and presenting the same data with different interpretations of the risk factors. So I take issue with the right information. Councilman Felix stated, and I quote, "The last time this item came before us, I didn't support it. But looking at what transpired over the last few months, we know active members of this board are out in the community spreading false information. Got some sort of petition, some sort of movement out there spreading false information. This is the same individuals or individual sitting here and advocating on that board. So I have issues with that. These are on the record as reasons why you're dissolving a 7-member volunteer citizen advisory board? Just because of me? You have, council, with respect, you have full authority according to the charter to simply remove me from that board. It even specifies without cause. And if that's what it takes to keep this board, I will resign tonight because this board is valuable. And I have not taken any action with regards to my petition through that board or its members. This is an unfair attack on a useful board full of some of the most concerned citizens that I've ever met. The proposed dissolution of this board represents not only an attempt to stifle our voices, but also a potential violation of our First Amendment rights. To engage in constructive discourse, to express our opinions. By attempting to derail this petition, you run the risk of undermining the very freedoms that generations fought and died for. Is that the Palm Bay that we all envision? Is that the Palm Bay we want to give to our kids? It's not the Palm Bay I want to give to my kids. I implore you to rise above whatever personal differences or political considerations you might have, to embrace an opportunity that we have here to encourage dialogue, to address concerns, and uphold the principles of transparency and inclusivity that this community deserves and that many of you campaigned on. We are a diverse, vibrant city full of differing opinions, differing backgrounds and perspectives, and that's why we're strong. Don't dim that light. Champion it, celebrate it, use it. I urge each council member to weigh the consequences of their vote tonight carefully, remembering that your choices echo and shape the narrative of our community for years to come in the surrounding community as well. The residents of Palm Bay are Palm Bay. And Palm Bay is united against the dissolution of this board, against the suppression of ideas and opinions, and against the violation of our First Amendment rights. Take tonight as an opportunity. Stand with us, not against us. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing.
So moved. Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Felix. Councilman Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. First, let me start off. September 6th, 6 p.m. here in the council chambers, 120 Malabar Road is when we'll be having our first budget hearing of the year. We have two of them. This will be the first one. And secondly, in the back, Mr. Larry Wojciechowski, if you raise your hand, that's the finance director for the city of Palm Bay, who his prior experience, he also worked with the county and then brought his experience down here, who's always been accessible to any and everybody, just like myself, just like the mayor, just like Councilman Felix, and remotely Councilman Foster, as well as our staff. And then additionally, we have two opportunities to use your First Amendment right in public comments. We have public comments towards the beginning, of which you heard feedback that was a little more personal and attacks. We take it. But we also have public comments at the end. That's part of the job. So you have the chance to speak and express your opinion to this council and to the staff. And we'll take it. It's gotten even uglier than what we saw earlier. We'll take it. That's what we signed up for. So to say that you don't have the chance to, your First Amendment right is violated, if that's the case, I would argue and say bring it up with a lawyer, because I know our city attorney will argue differently. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to bring this for dissolution. I appreciate Ms. Connolly. Ms. Connolly, I appreciate you. And I still want your involvement, because you and probably you, Mr. Batten, Don Bitar, and a few others are the only ones that usually come to these budget hearings over the past few years. Other than that, this council chamber is empty. So I do want us to try to encourage others to get engaged, but I don't see the Citizens Budget Advisory Board doing that. We haven't had a recommendation in the past few years. And even before that, when it was previous city manager and previous advisory board, they just went with the recommendation of the city manager. All of this is public record. All of this can be looked at. So I understand where other people are coming from. Well, I could do and don't, but at the same time, if you're spreading misinformation at your job, I doubt they're going to be tolerating that as well. So I have nothing else to add, Mayor. I will be supporting the motion.
Deputy Mayor?
So much, Mayor. Well, the word that's been throwing around for the last couple of meetings was transparency. I'm not quite sure how this board help or make any difference as to how we conduct business. What does this board do in terms of value? I see, and take it from somebody that served. And what really got me where I'm at today is the love for my community. I've served my community for years, and I've said no to the politics for many, many years, but somehow service, love of community got me where I'm at today. Take it from somebody that served over 8 years on the Palm Bay Recreation Board. I vice chaired for many years, and other board, planning and zoning. So I'm not anti-service. In fact, I welcome that. One thing I said regarding the board is that, and misinformation is one thing. The last speaker prior to Mr. White said something in regards of dissolving of our city. Who's going to pick up the tab? What was that all about? And that follows, the discussion follows where we have a high rating. We goes from A+ to double A minus. I mean, the city's in a great financial stand. We've done as great as we've never done before. So all these narrative, the false narrative that's spreading around, talking about us not being fiscal responsible and so on and so forth, talking about the dissolvement of our city. I mean, I think this speaker was misinformed to some degree. Our finance director made it clear we have an open door policy. Our staff is very accessible. So the idea, the false narrative in, transparency or so on and so forth, I'm open. Anybody willing to, I'll make time to sit down and discuss with any of our Palm Bay citizens. So it's a lot of noise. And to me, it's a false narrative. The city's doing great financially. The idea we're not being transparent, that has nothing to do, that's a false narrative again. So I will continue to support this motion.
Councilman Foster.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not going to add too much to what Councilman Johnson and Councilman Deputy Mayor Felix had to say, other than when it comes to your First Amendment rights, dissolving this board do not stop your First Amendment rights. That's why we have public comments. That's why we have budget meetings open to the public and be recorded. So any citizen or anyone who want to comment on the budget can come to the meeting, our budget hearing, and make the words be known to the council, or they could seek information and go through a budget such as Palm Bay. I went through the budget. Every council member on their dais get a proposed budget, and we have an opportunity to go through it. I already went through this year's budget. I got a hard copy from the city clerk. I went through the budget, and it's a very complicated budget. But the police chief knows better about the police department than I do. The public works director knows better about the public works department than I do. The fire chief knows more about the fire department than I do. And if I see something that don't look right as far as the numbers are concerned, or I question that, and I open to any resident of Palm Bay question the amount of the budget. Is it decrease or increase, and why it should be increased or why it should be decreased. I don't go by a 3% cap. I go by what the directors put in their budget and why we need to increase or decrease the budget. And since I've been on council, not one person of Citizens Advisory Board, even the person I've appointed to the board, advised me on anything about the budget. You all appoint people to the board, and I appointed a person to their board, and I was the one that recommended the board be resolved. This is not serving the citizen well. So I'm gonna support this amendment, and I'm gonna leave it. I'll stand by my comments on this issue of the last couple of council meetings, and I'm gonna support this amendment.
All right, thank you, Councilman Foster. I'll begin. I just want to address, gentlemen, this is a wrong way to approach this. There's a few things, right? We never gave this board any direction. We could actually provide directions. We could give them different amount of task orders that we can duly provide. The second thing is that we can actually look for the engagement of this board in the sense of having those dialogues, not only giving directions, but maybe cultivating that board to include, as I mentioned before, maybe we can add an accountant, someone that would give a perspective of numbers. Maybe we can make that a requirement. There's still time. I don't believe that ending engagement from the citizenry is the path we should take. I also believe, gentlemen, that if we are truly going to be transparent, I understand where you're coming from, Deputy Mayor, but this sends the wrong message. When it comes to transparency, this sends the wrong message. Mr. Jordan hit the nail on the head. This appears that we are forming an alliance of going against what the people's wishes are. And in that like mind, it's like being a bully. We don't want the community to be engaged. So I do have an issue with this. So something that I found very interesting, Councilman Johnson, and I know I'm referring to you because you made the motion, sir, was the fact that we had an individual come up and say, I'll resign tonight because this board is bigger than me. In other words, I didn't paraphrase him correctly, but he said, for the sake of keeping this board, gentlemen, I'll resign or take me off of it. Don't let my actions have such a negative impact when it comes to having a dialogue with the community. I found that to be commendable. And I found that to be something that we should be able to react to and accommodate. You know, if there is an issue with one individual on that board and he's willing to resign, and we can take that opportunity to maybe add an accountant, maybe restructure the board so that it's more engaged and give them direction, I think this is a great opportunity for us to go down that path. But I can't do that. We can't do that without you. And without him resigning if you make that stipulation. Now, I believe he would resign if it was to keep this board. And so those are my comments. I know that I'm outvoted out here. However, I think this would go a long way with us continuing and fostering a relationship with our community. What are your thoughts on that, Councilman Johnson? You made the motion, sir. You're the one that has the right to.
Yes, sir. I'm not going to withdraw the motion, sir. Just being honest. I understand where you're coming from, and I understand now trying to change. But like I said, there, even aside, because that was what the first thing was brought up, a tax on a single individual. When that's not the only thing I brought up. There's been nothing brought to us. There's been nothing brought to us. Accountant, we have the best accountants. We have, Mr. Larry, we have Angelica, who does a great presentation, and she'll be here on September 6th as well. Like, look, that's all we need. So I
No,
will not be
brother,
changing, sir.
No, and I got that, but I want to highlight, I'm not talking about staff. We have very qualified staff. The reason I bring up stipulating an accountant, gentlemen, is, hear me out. If you have an accountant on that board as a citizen of the city of Palm Bay, he could bring insight to those board members, and those board members could pass on that information to our community. So they would be a liaison as to what the city and how the city's moving with the budget. That was my direction regarding, cultivating and adding someone that's a professional with numbers. That was the reason for that. So I wanted to make that point very clear because I think it would bring value to that board, and that value would then transcend into the community. And that's where I was going with that, Deputy or Councilman Johnson.
Now, I had somebody apply and they were on the board and they shortly after resigned. I won't get into it. That was a conversation we had, but it wasn't what he was hoping for. But there was somebody with accounting experience on that board, so they had it there, and he resigned shortly after a few months. But like I said, Mayor, I'm not bending on this, sir. So, but I do appreciate you where you're coming from.
All right, thank you. Any additional comments, Deputy Mayor? I got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Felix. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Nay. Roll call, because I didn't hear everyone.
Deputy Mayor Felix,
Aye.
Councilman Johnson,
Aye.
Councilman Foster, Mayor Medina.
Nay. Motion passes 3-1. We are now on item number 6. Ms. Smith.
Ordinance 2023-68, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, vacating and abandoning a portion of the Side 6 foot public utility and drainage easement located within Lot 5, Block 674, Port Malabar Unit 15, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 15, page 75 of the Public Records of Brevard County, Florida, and legally described herein, providing for an effective date.
I'm going to open up the public hearing and ask the applicant to present their case. Evelyn? Daniels? Mr. Daniels? Yes, sir. This is your item. Mr. Daniels?
Mr. Daniels.
All right. Carry on, sir.
Good evening, council members, mayor. I'm not a great public speaker.
Okay, sir.
The reason I'm here tonight is I'm asking for a vacate of 4 foot of the 6 foot easement. I live on the outside corner of the street, which means I have a very, very narrow front yard, 59 feet to be exact. In order to get my trailer into my backyard through the gate, I need the opportunity to widen my driveway so that I can access my backyard and my gate. And that's what I'm asking for.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any comments, Ms. Sherman? Any questions, council? Anyone in the audience wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing, asking for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Felix. Any additional discussion, gentlemen? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Passes 4-0. Sir, there's one more reading. Congratulations, but you have to come back. All right, sir? All right. We are now on item number 13.
Thank you.
Thank you. The following items are quasi-judicial in nature. Public hearings, agenda items numbers 13, 14, 15, 16, 19, 20, and 21. Any person who wishes to testify on such a matter must sign a speaker card which contains a sworn oath to tell the truth. Any individual addressing the council must state his or her name and confirm that a speaker card has been signed. Attorneys who are appearing on behalf of a party and not providing testimonial evidence are not considered witnesses and need not be sworn. Counsel should disclose any ex parte communication by disclosing the subject matter of the communication, and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place. The order of this proceeding will be as follows. First, the applicant will make his presentation, followed by staff comments, followed by any aggrieved or adversely affected party, and each will have a maximum of 30 minutes. Any speaker may be subject to cross-examination by the council or any other interested party for a maximum of 15 minutes per witness. Any other person may speak for a maximum of 3 minutes. The applicant will then be allowed concluding remarks for a maximum of 10 minutes. The quasi-judicial body may modify the time limits on its own motion or upon request of a party to the proceeding. The hearing will then be closed and no additional testimony or argument will be allowed. The council will then deliberate in public. At the end of deliberation, a council member will make a motion on the application to bring the matter to a vote. Every council member is then free to vote in favor or against the motion. Resolution 2023-23. A resolution of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, granting conditional use for automotive fuel, propane, and natural gas dispensaries and refueling stations in LI, Light Industrial and Warehousing District zoning, which property is located east of and adjacent to Transom Circle in the vicinity between Robert J. Conlon Boulevard and Kirby Circle, and legally described herein. Granting the use as a conditional use, providing for a commencement period, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open up the public hearing and ask the applicant to present their case.
These gentlemen, good evening. My name is Samantha Bischoff. I'm with Kimley Horn representing the applicant, and I reside at 1217 Preston's Estates Circle in Vero Beach, Florida. Equipment Share is a construction rental facility, equipment facility, and they allow contractors to rent construction equipment. The fueling pads that we need the conditional use for are to essentially refuel the construction equipment that's being rented out and coming back in. That's all.
Thank you. Any questions from council?
And you also allow residents or others to loan their equipment as well, or?
No, only licensed contractors.
Okay, all right.
Any other questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any speaker cards? Deputy Mayor? Okay, no speaker cards. I'm going to close the public hearing and ask for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Felix. Councilman Foster, any comments?
No, sir.
All right, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Passes 4-0. We are now on item number 15. I'm going to open up the public hearing. Heritage Square. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Anna Saunders with BSE Consultants. We're here this evening to request approval of the final plat for a project called Commercial at Heritage Square. The construction plans have been approved. We are in process of finalizing some of our last approvals, outside agency permits, and look to be scheduling a pre-construction meeting with the city soon. And we are just here to respectfully request your approval. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Any questions, council? Any speaker cards, Deputy Mayor, on this one? Okay, thank you. Anything else you want to add before we close? Closing the public hearing, asking for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, second by Deputy Mayor Felix. Councilman Foster, any comments?
No, Mayor.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Passes 4-0. We are now on item number 16. I'm going to open up the public hearing. Thank you.
David Bassford, 1250 West Oglala Boulevard, engineer of record. You may recognize this one. No formal presentation tonight. As I understand it, this is more of a house cleaning clerical type of issue. Not all the rights were vested the last time that we came through. Here to take any questions if you got them.
Any questions? No questions regarding traffic or anything? No questions? Okay. Any public speaking cards on this?
Mr. Allen Jurison?
Good evening, council members. Alan Jurison, 536 Dillard Drive here in Palm Bay. I'm going to be located directly behind the new development. I'm in favor of the development. I've been working with Mr. Bassford regarding one little subsection of the development. It's labeled as LS14 or LS4, I'm sorry. I had asked previously that it be remain a permanent green space, where the existing trees, shrubbery, vegetation all remained intact, because it's not really a buildable space. I've had verbal assurances to that effect. The only thing I'm asking for now is to have that, included in writing, either on the drawings or in the plans for the development. If I didn't know if you needed to pull up the drawing to take a look at it. Basically, it's a small point. I think it's 1.14 acres of the entire 21-acre site. It's not really usable land, for the developer because it's sort of a dead corner. And the reason I'm asking for it to remain as is and the elevation to remain the same, there's a stormwater sewer that was put in, apparently by D.R. Horton. It was built on their property when they built the Amberwood development. Apparently there were some flooding issues for several of the lots, my lot being one of them. The ground actually slopes down from my yard and the surrounding yards, to this drainage sewer. The sewer line runs along my property fence line and goes to the stormwater collection basin on Dillard Drive, and then drains into the pond behind Dillard Drive. And we're just worried about flooding. And if they leave everything as is, and it's sort of an overgrown area anyway, that's all we're asking is more written commitment.
Have you asked the applicant? Have you spoken to them about that?
Yes, I've spoken to them. They've given me verbal assurances, but I'm worried that some morning I'm going to wake up and the lot's going to be leveled and everything's going to be gone.
Okay, thank you. Okay. I think that they're duly noted. We'll let them rebut after your comments.
All right. Thank you for your time.
Any other speaker cards on this issue?
Yes, Mayor. Mr. Robert Stice.
Good evening. I'm going to have to go solo on this one a little bit. If I do the math right, it's 135 homes, right, between 88 townhomes and 35 single-family homes. Anybody give me the definition of gridlock? I mean, you got all of these homes on Eldron in that area there, right? You got the Legionnaires in there. You're already packed. I already had one of my neighbors say, Publix is like Thanksgiving every day. It's like Thanksgiving. It's packed. So I know you can't have a moratorium. Actually, you could. But when you have a bunch of houses going in, we just had 333 homes in the back of Summerfield. The owner of the former Majors wants to put in another 307 homes. Now you have this. You're basically starting to destroy, or starting to degrade is more accurate way, the upper middle class known as Bayside Lakes. Okay? You want to cement that bedroom community, these are the decisions you go with. or what have you, okay? When you're building, in my mind, you're from the Bronx, okay? I get that. You know what gridlock is about. Okay, my new definition, this is suburban gridlock, not only in traffic, but it puts unique pressure on healthcare, shopping, schools, medical. I just mentioned healthcare. You got it. It's insane. Not to mention, you take your life in your own hands if you try to cross the street, okay, where Elderon is and Bayside Lakes. I mean, people go buzzing out there like crazy. I believe that you've all seen this. We live it every day. Why do you continue to pass it? I mean, it is gridlock. We're going to have a study, and the developer is going to tell you everything is great. People are retired. They don't drive. They don't work. They're not my neighborhood. Okay. Traffic is going to be light. It's insane. And what's not growing is the infrastructure with all of these buildings, gentlemen. That's what's not growing. There are not multiple ways to get to the highway, okay, where a lot of people are working and going to Melbourne or they're going to Harris or whatever the case may be, but you're putting it on top of one another. That it's amazing how many people I know go to a different Publix right now, rather than one 3 or 4 minutes away, because it's insane. Try to find a parking spot. Have you been doing that? So is there a solution to get away from putting people on top of one another? Isn't that why you left the Bronx and I left Jersey City? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speaker cards? Okay, did you want to rebut, sir?
Just as clarification and assurance to the council, he spoke to Tract LS4. It's designated as open space, landscape, drainage, and utility. And the reason for that is similar.
About the 1.14 acres that.
Yes, sir. And originally what we were going to do was deed it back to Amberwood, and that's not possible because then it gets into some issues with drainage easements, things like that, and trying to maintain their drainage structure. So what we've done is we've labeled that, like I said, as open space. And that'll be maintained in perpetuity. The reason that it has landscape on it is so that we can go in there and do underbrushing, things of that nature. But outside of that, it's intended to stay very natural.
Were you going to put that in writing for the citizens to be at peace? I think that's all he's
It's on the
looking for.
preliminary plat.
Okay. All right, sir. He addressed it. Welcome.
Sorry. Any other questions, sir?
Anything else, sir?
Not from me. I didn't know if y'all did.
All right. Thank you. No other speaker cards. I'm closing the public hearing. I'm asking for a motion.
So moved. Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Felix. Councilman Johnson.
Nothing really else to add, Mayor. I appreciate the applicant working with the neighborhood to make sure that it's cohesive and they were able to work with one another. If I'm not mistaken, I was going to ask him, but I'm pretty sure there can be more than, it's allowed to have more than 123 units there. So they're actually decreasing the amount of density that they will have in that area. So I think that's a plus in itself. So I have no problem moving forward with this, sir. But I do want staff to make sure they follow to make sure the applicant is doing what they just said on the record. So,
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have much to add. I would have, I'd like to ask Ms. Sherman a question regarding this project. In terms of timing for this project and the other, the project further west on Osmosis, in terms of timing, yeah, how is that, we have a timing?
Unfortunately not. My understanding from talking to staff this week is that that project has actually stalled, is the word that was used. I think part of the hesitance may have been because of the significant ask that we made of them, which was you have to make the osmosis connection to DeGroote. And so staff has advised that they are not currently moving forward with their project.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, Councilman Foster, any comments?
No comment, Mayor.
So I'll begin with this. And I think back when this project first came to us, right, when we were deciding this, changing it from institutional to residential, one of the issues I brought up was, you know, the traffic concerns, if you guys remember. And then I coupled that with saying, you know, when they planned Bayside Lakes, that was supposed to be a church. If you remember, I even used the community of Viera, how they planned that master plan had so many different faith-based organizations. And then I said the traffic concerns, and then someone on the dais said, yeah, well, there's going to be a lot of traffic if there is a church. And I said, yes, on a Sunday, but not Monday, you know, not Monday through Sunday. So I won't support this. Again, I see where council is going with this, but I think it should have stood institutional so that it wouldn't have my support. So just for the record, I think as that community continues to grow, it's important to know those improvements need to be made on that corridor. And you're absolutely right, Councilman or Deputy Mayor Felix. The very first thought of was, when is that osmosis going to connect? And so I asked staff, and the reason I asked was because I want to know how that's going to develop, just like your question indicated. But moreover than that, when they mentioned stalled, I couldn't get a definition of what that meant, stalled. Is the project dead? Right? Now that's an area of concern, because if we were all anticipating that, because I certainly was, then how does this affect that project in the long run? So for those reasons, I think we need to be a little more cautious. I would have preferred that we would have never changed the land use. I thought it was zoned appropriately. But that being said, I've got a motion by Deputy Mayor or Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Felix. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed? Nay. Passes 3-1. We are now on item number 17.
Ordinance 2023-74, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances, Title 17, Land Development Code, Chapter 183, Comprehensive Plan Regulations, Section 183.01, Comprehensive Plan, Subsection D, Adoption of Future Land Use Map, by amending the Future Land Use Map, providing for the repeal of ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open up the public hearing and ask the applicant to present their case.
Hi, good evening. My name is Kelly Hivonen, a planning consultant with Land Development Strategies. I'm joined tonight by the property owner, Ronnie Chabot. I do want to note that's not the correct map, but I'm sure you have it in your packages. Unless you need to see something out of mine, I'll just continue. Tonight before you, we have a small scale comprehensive plan amendment, which is item 17, which we're hearing right now. However, we also have a companion request, which is item 24. And if it's at your pleasure, we would kindly request the ability to present them together and move item 24 to after this item, so we could vote on both of them, which are related at the same time. Would that be okay?
I don't think procedurally we can actually move it up without taking the agenda revision. So I'm going to yield to the city attorney.
Certainly after this item, because I want you to handle this item, you have the ability to, certainly as controlling the meeting, to see if there is a consensus and if you would like at that time. And certainly, I'm sure when she says vote together, mean the vote.
One right after the other.
Yeah,
Yes.
the vote.
There'll be two separate votes.
Because there's two separate items.
Yes, sir.
Totally in definition.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
Okay, so carry on. I'll get consensus, but carry on with your presentation once our other council member joins us.
Sure. You want me to wait for him to come back?
Negative,
Okay.
ma'am. I want you to proceed.
Okay, absolutely. So we're excited today to bring you a concept that we think is going to be wonderful for the community. This is a unique brew pub concept that includes a brew pub where they're brewing their own beer on site, and food trucks, where that will have permanent locations for rotating food trucks on a regular basis. We've held 2 community meetings and we didn't have anyone attend except the nice lady at the Palm Bay Chamber who were in favor of the project. The current zoning is HC across the entire property, which is highway commercial. However, that highway commercial zoning is not consistent because the property has 2 future land use categories. It has high density residential on the west and commercial on the east. So we need to change the whole property so it's all commercial, and then the zoning will be consistent with that. So that's our first request, is changing the future land use so we have a full consistent plan and we have an underlying HC zoning to be compatible.
And that's item 17.
That's item 17, yes, sir.
Okay.
And then item 24, which is our second request, is a change of the code to allow a brew pub as a permitted use in the HC zoning district. Right now, it's only allowed in BMU, but we feel it's consistent with the HC code and would be just as acceptable in that zoning district as well.
See. So, any questions? So here's my thought process. I'm good with the first part, right? And if you are granted this commercial, then you could have an eating and drinking establishment.
Yes, sir.
Right there with if item 17 is passed.
Yes, sir.
Right? The other item you alluded to would just mean it's a pub, and then you would have to bring in food trucks. How? So
not necessarily.
I'm just saying, for me to get that concept of eating and drinking, I'm saying this is my thoughts on it. I would prefer 17 to be maintained so that you could have your eating and drinking establishment if it's allowable by the zoning of it, and I believe it is. So those are my thoughts on that.
So the difference is, my understanding is HC and all the other commercial zoning districts allow eating and drinking establishments. But for some reason, when the BMU code was written, brew pubs were specifically put in there. So think brewing of beer along with the eating of food. So yes, eating and drinking establishments are allowed in HC today. That doesn't help us with the brewing of our own beer. So to us, what's the difference if you're brewing your own beer or bringing in the beer to serve it? We're just a different kind of eating and drinking establishment.
Why would you have the food trucks if you're going to serve food in the establishment?
The only food will come from the food trucks, and then it's if you look in your packages, kind of
That's
how
my
it's set
point.
up.
Why not have it all brew and cook in the same 4 walls?
Because we can have a little building where it's just being brewed and served, and everyone is outdoor under covered areas and playing yard games. And there's a rotating food truck idea where we're supporting other local businesses.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any questions, Councilman?
Okay.
Any questions, Councilman Foster?
No, Mayor.
All right, thank you.
Just like to add, not a question. I think it's a unique idea. I think it's great, innovative. I like it. So just wanted to add that.
Thank you. Yeah, we've received really good feedback from the partners we have in the community.
Dr. J, did you have any comments? No, okay. All right. Carry on. All right. No comments, Councilman Foster?
No comment, Mayor.
Do we have any speaker cards? Anyone wish to speak for or against this item? Yes, sir. Stay close. I'll let you rebut if there's anything that needs to be rebutted.
Have a rebuttal. They're asking to bring something to Palm Bay we don't have. If we want to do something like that, we have to go to Melbourne, Cocoa, on down the road, okay?
Vero Beach has one too.
Okay, yeah, Vero Beach. Yeah.
Right on
You don't burn up the gas at $4 a gallon, but anyhow, they're going to have it right here for us. Okay? Let them have it. You just built a whole bunch of houses to bring people in. Give them some place to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item? you like to, any closing remarks?
Good evening, everyone. I'm Ronnie Chabot, live at 1191 River Drive, Northeast Palm Bay. So 3 generations in this county. So this is just kind of more of a passion project for me as far as bringing the community more together. It's definitely helping interweave all the new people that we have moving to this area. So just really looking forward to getting this project going. Thank you.
Thank you. So thanks for answering my question, ma'am. I really didn't understand the concept of that. So I'm going to close the public hearing and ask for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
I got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Felix. Any comments, Councilman Foster?
No comment at all.
All right, thank you. So all in favor signify by saying, yes, sir. Carry on.
Just like to make a quick suggestion. I think the idea is so cool. Just a thought. Maybe a couple of charging stations. Well, and I'm just throwing it out there on the record. I mean, it's not a demand of staff. It just to make a great idea even better. I think that would attract a whole new group of folks that would, instead of going to West Melbourne, right? They would come to you and grab something to eat, drink some beer. Just a thought.
Plan, sir.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Felix. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Passes 4-0. So now, gentlemen, we're gonna by motion, if I need to discuss item number 24, is it? That's accompanying this? I need consensus.
Yes, sir.
If we could take up that item now. Okay? So I got that? All right, so we're going to item number 24, Ms. Smith.
Ordinance 2023-81, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances, Title 17, Land Development Code, Chapter 185, Zoning Code, Subchapter, District Regulations by including brew pubs or other drinking establishments as permitted uses in HC, Highway Commercial District zoning, providing for the repeal of ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for inclusion in the City of Palm Bay Code of Ordinances, providing for a severability clause, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open up the public hearing, ask the applicant to come present their case. Come on up. So this brew pub concept I've seen in particular down in Vero Beach, and I think we have one in O'Galley. They literally brew their own beer and such, right?
Yes, sir.
Right on the premises. Is that what this actually is? Will there be additional liquor or is it just the beer?
So right now the concept is what is, you might see a few around the state. It's called a brewstillery. So what we're really doing is it's really focused on farm to table, just everything being self-sustained in one spot and everything being reusable. So everything from grain to the farmers that we already deal with. I work with Intracoastal currently. But yes, there would be, there would be, I mean, the plan is cider, beer, spirits, wine. So it wouldn't just be beer. Upon city approval, of course.
So when you say spirits, what do you mean? You're gonna have moonshine?
I wouldn't quite call it moonshine. Wouldn't be moonshine, but yes, it would be vodka, gin, whiskey.
Okay, copy that. Any questions, council? Okay, thank you. Anyone wish to speak for or against this item? Yes, ma'am, you can come on up. If you just state your name and.
Hi, Kaylin Meek, 567 Brickell. I'm completely for it. It sounds amazing. I'm tired of driving all over the place to find places like this. Also tired of going to Tennessee every year for moonshine. So anything. So I also moderate a Facebook group for events in Palm Bay. It's Palm Bay Events. It's actually remarkably hard to maintain content on that Facebook group because, believe it or not, there's not a lot going on in Palm Bay. Not a lot. So I'm for it. It sounds great. Sounds amazing. And I can think of hundreds and hundreds of my friends who would be completely for it as well.
Well, that's great.
So
Thank you.
I'm excited. I hope you guys give it the green light because it sounds great.
I think they have consensus on the dais. Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing and asking for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
I got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Felix. Any additional comments?
None, Mayor. I've seen the concept in Intercoastal Brewery, and it's been successful. They've had the bearded chef, who also is the general manager of Station 49 Pizza off of US 1. So yeah, I'm excited. I think, especially with all the jobs are coming here and all the different millennials and people are coming here for Harris and Northrop, I think this is going to be a hit for Palm Bay. So thank you again for coming.
Deputy Mayor?
No, I don't have anything to add.
Yeah, you had me at the brew. Never get between a man and his beer. Obviously, we discovered that here a little while ago. But where I'm lost in the weeds is into the hard liquor, right? So you have consensus on the board. I just want to share that. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. I say nay. All opposed. So it passes 3-1. Congratulations. We're back to 18. Item number 18.
Ordinance 2023-75, sorry, Mayor. An ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances, Title 17, Land Development Code, Chapter 183, Comprehensive Plan Regulations, Section 183.01, Comprehensive Plan, Subsection D, Adoption of Future Land Use Map, by amending the Future Land Use Map, providing for the repeal of ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for an effective date.
I'm going to open up the public hearing, ask the applicant to present their case.
Good evening again, Mayor Medina and Deputy Mayor Felix and council members. My name is John Newton. I am here on behalf of the current owners of the site as well as the intended user of the site. This is for an amendment to the future use land codes to change this site from institutional to restricted commercial. And the secondary item on the agenda tonight is number 19, which would actually be rezoning it to restricted commercial. So we've gone through the process with planning and zoning meeting. Prior to that, we had a community meeting. We listened to people's comments and thoughts and things that we need to take into consideration in the design. The purpose of this development is to create a future home for yet another thrifty specialty produce and meats grocery store. This site being just a little bit bigger than adequate just for the store, we plan to have about 8,000 extra square feet of rental space in the shopping center for something that would be a compatible family-oriented business. Don't have anybody lined up for that. That's been a repeated question, but about approximately 8,000 square feet. We've listened to comments among the community members around it. Obviously, we're surrounded on three sides. The southern half of a U shape of residential neighbors. We've decided to keep the site plan fairly simple, but have the buildings situated in the northern portion of the site in line with most of the commercial that's on it on the east and west side of the property already. And the southern third of the site will be water retention. So it'll be a pond or a dry retention. We don't know yet. We haven't done the soil borings to determine how deep the water table is. But we know we have to do a concrete wall around the property against the residential neighbors. They already have their own residential subdivision fences, and I believe it's 5 or 6 feet within that. We have to still construct another 8-foot wall. We have discussed the likelihood of making that wall higher where it abuts the people that are closest to the operating side of the business. And at the southern end of the property, you'll see there's a little tab that connects to the cul-de-sac of the neighborhood to the south. In the planning and zoning meeting, we conceded the fact that we're not going to use that for access at all, and most likely we'll segregate that off, not give it up, but maintain it as part of our water retention and or to help improve the retention issues of the subdivision to the south of us who seem to complain about water not getting to to the ditch on the east side of the property. So we might be able to design that in to enhance their conditions as well. But we want to bring a good quality business to the community. Thrifty Specialty Produce has been an active participant in Palm Bay for the last 17 years. And I recently completed a 3-year project up in Rockledge, renovating a defunct shopping center at the west end of Barton Boulevard to create a new home for them as well. And that is a multi-tenant shopping center, not nearly as, that one's much bigger than this is going to be, but it's something that I think the community will welcome as a whole. So I'd like to encourage you to ask me questions, or hopefully you'll vote in an affirmative for this purpose. Thank you.
I did have a question. I was interested when you said the wall, right? And then I read where you had sound baffle type walls, sound
There are
absorbing.
what I wanted to propose, and we'll go through this with the actual building concept when we get the plans done. There are different types of walls available that can be made, and you know, the code basically talks about just an 8-foot concrete block wall. To me, concrete block walls may not be the best from a sound perspective. A precast wall with sort of like ridges in it and things like that is often better. And I've been doing a little bit more research, and of course there are other types of materials that they can be made of that might have foam cores to help eliminate sound. But having been now involved with the Thrifty stores in Palm Bay and then the one up in Rockledge, the big issue is not as much store noise or equipment noise as much as probably garbage trucks. I mean, the garbage trucks come a couple times a week, and we'll have to drive around the store and dump dumpsters. Takes less than 5 minutes per dumpster, but it's just the same noise you have in your front yard when the garbage truck comes down the street. That's probably the loudest noise that comes from this grocery store. I've been around it. I've been involved with sound studies up in Rockledge. We're talking 40 feet off the back of the building, within 50 feet of all the air, the rack system for the AC system, the coolers. We're talking less than 55 decibels, which is quieter than this. Quieter than a human voice talking to you at 10 feet away. So I'm not concerned about the generated noise from the building. Obviously, we have to have utilities and we have to have trash pickup. So obviously, that's going to be not early in the morning and not going to be after hours. Typically, most of those are picked up before 10 in the morning, and it's not necessarily every day.
I think some of the residents have written to us, right? And I know
Yes, they
that
have written to you, and they voiced a lot of their concerns in the public meetings. And I wrote a commentary back prior to the planning and zoning meeting where we've proposed things that will remedy most of those issues. I mean, certainly there's opinions about whether we create traffic or not. The grocery store in Rockledge has approximately 1,000 customers a day. I venture to say that Malabar Road already has over 35,000 cars traveling down it every day. So 1,000 of those 35,000 might take a turn in here instead of Publix or Dixie. They're not coming from somewhere else. They're already traveling that road. So that's my assertion.
So what I was alluding to, right, was, and I believe South, this is why I was intrigued by what I would say, you mentioned like a sound baffle wall or a wall that absorbs sound. I think the concerns are the delivery semis that would come.
Yes. And in our plans, initially we're going to have more of those deliveries on one side or the other of the building. They typically offload behind the building, so that's going to get them more than 100, 120 feet from either neighbor, which I think will be the best presentation. We may park some at one end of the building, but the delivery process typically is out the back door of the walk-in coolers and freezers and produce areas.
And according to the map, I think it's the southwest that has the most homes.
Well, as you look at that map over there to the left of the yellow squared area, we will probably impact 3 houses.
Right to the south.
On the left side. On the north, on the right side. May I walk over to the screen?
Yeah, absolutely, but you can't speak if you do. That's exactly it.
1, 2, 3.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's exactly what I was talking about. I got you. Come on back. Hold it. Sir, come on back.
We need you on the
No,
mic.
you could point that out, right, and highlight it and speak on the mic, sir. There you go. See, there you go. That's it.
So if we
That's what I
go to
was
the
saying.
south end of the property,
Yeah,
that south end where it crosses over and has the little post,
yes.
that's over 190 feet from the back of the store. So there's a pond and a retention area in between. So there'll be landscape, there'll be other things. The other thing about having the wall that is done, whether it's out of precast or sound attenuating wall or a block wall, is that we have 5 to 6 feet between them and their fence to put more landscaping if they agree to it, because obviously it's going to be impinging over both. But I wouldn't think it would be a bad idea to have something that grows 20 feet tall. Wax myrtles or areca palms or something that gives them some extra visual buffer. But
I did see the community engagement, and I really appreciate that, sir.
well, thank you. And I think the other concern was cameras and where they're watching backyards. And of course not. Cameras are going to be aimed at the activity levels and the entries, not necessarily over a wall. So that we can rest assured about that.
I appreciate that, sir. Councilor, you have any questions?
Only question, thank you, sir, for the presentation. Only question, are we looking at a similar design as a Rockledge location?
Well, we haven't gotten to the architecture point, but we've got to make it obviously meet the architectural guidelines of the city. I'd say that's probably close to what we want to do. We like that mansard covered outdoor front, sort of rustic looking.
All right, thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have a question per se. My question's been answered. I was just reading. Wanting to know the setback, but I just got my answer here, reading the information. Wanting to add, as far as the aesthetically pleasing, I think it got to be better, look better than Rockledge, right? So,
Well, obviously, it's closer to the original store. So, and by the way, I have Pedro Nellis Hernandez over here, who take great pride in what they do, and I've been a pleasure working with them now for probably 5 or 6 years on different projects. And
I'm not saying Rockledge doesn't look good, but
well, we got to remember we started with an old building there. We started with an old building.
that's the point I wanted to make. So I know it's going to look better.
Councilman Foster, any questions of the applicant?
No question for that.
All right, thank you, sir. Any other comments, sir?
No, that's it.
Okay. Do we have speaker cards, sir? We'll let you
No, sir.
rebut if there are. Master Chief?
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. You have the entrance after the exit to the east. This is resulting in a crisscross of traffic on Malabar Road. You have the entrance and exit crisscrossing of traffic. All right, that's the first one. I'd like, maybe they could work something out there. The next one is with the new coffee shop directly to the east. In fact, it's the same property line, which will be coming up under public hearing number 21. How will the backup of traffic affect your ability to enter? Because the way both plans are showing out when you're checking the two properties, you don't see it in his presentation, you see it in the others. How will their traffic backing up onto Malabar Road affect their ability to enter their business? I'm looking forward to their business coming in, but we've seen what the results of coffee shops on Malabar Road are. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item? Would you like to rebut that, sir?
Thank you for your comments, Master Chief. With regard to the grocery store in Rockledge, we have a similar turn-in, turn-out in front of the store. I never see anybody back up to turn in or out due to the grocery store. I cannot address what the coffee shop's going to do, because obviously they have to stand in a line if it's a drive-through, and hopefully we'll figure out something, that's their property, not ours, but we'll certainly throw ideas out there if the problem presents itself.
Anyone else? All right, I'm closing the public hearing, asking for a motion. Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Felix. Any additional comments, Councilman? Deputy Mayor? Any comments, Councilman Foster?
No, Mayor.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Passes 4-0. We are now on item number 19.
Ordinance 2023-76. An ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the zoning ordinance of the City of Palm Bay by changing the zoning of property from IU, Institutional Use District, to RC, Restricted Commercial District, which property is located south of and adjacent to Malabar Road, in the vicinity west of Green Acre Drive, and legally described herein, providing for a change of the zoning map, providing for an effective date.
I'm going to open up the public hearing, ask the applicant to present the case.
Once again, this is the same project. The future land use has now been amended, but we have to actually approve the zoning to restricted commercial. So that's what this request is about.
Copy that. Any questions, council? Any comments, Madam Sherman? Okay, Deputy Mayor, what is speaker?
Melanie Carter?
Be prepared
Ms.
to
Melanie Carter,
rebut. You'll have time to.
followed by Roger Carter.
Good evening, Melanie Carter, 520 Waterman Lane, Southeast Palm Bay. I would like to bring up some points that should be considered, but we'll start with a brief comparison first. Thrifty on Palm Bay Road is located on 1.85 acres and has roughly 75 parking places, total square foot 17,000. The proposed location will be a little over 6 acres with 210 parking places for a total of 45,000 square feet. So in all aspects, that's about 3 times the size of the Thrifty on Palm Bay Road. It was stated that on Palm Bay Road, Thrifty completes an average of 800 to 1,000 transactions per day and receives about 10 to 15 delivery trucks per day, Monday through Friday, with about 5 on Saturday. With the proposed location being 3 times the size, one must ask, can we expect there to be more than 800 to 1,000 transactions per day? And could that lead to the possibility of more than 10 to 15 trucks per day, especially around the holidays? What about the rental space that will be available to other businesses yet to be determined? Will those businesses have their own clientele separate from Thrifty? The answer is yes. So that would mean additional vehicle and foot traffic with additional delivery trucks either daily or weekly, all depending on the types of businesses allowed to rent. That is a lot of noise throughout each day that will be forced on the surrounding homes, west, east, and south sides of the lot in question. The required 8-foot wall will not do much for sights or sounds depending on the elevation of the foundation and the height of the varying delivery trucks, which can range from 18 to 13 feet tall. In regards to safety and privacy for the surrounding homes, especially the 2-story homes that would be directly adjacent, it was stated that they would work to position cameras so as not to be viewing inside homes, but in the presence of a highly publicly trafficked area such as Thrifty, no one can ensure the privacy of the surrounding homes. Regarding traffic, it was stated that the proposed Thrifty would not attract any more traffic than what already goes east and west of Malabar Road, but that is simply not true. Opening weekend of Cocina Cafe, there was well over 100 people that browsed through the plaza, verbalizing that they were there for the cafe, but wanted to see what else was in the plaza as they had never been there before. Currently, it can be difficult to exit the neighborhood from Green Acre Drive to Malabar Road, and with the extra traffic Thrifty will bring and the possibility of a coffee shop, that will make it much more difficult for residents leaving and entering. So in summary, the plan is great, but the location, which does encroach upon well-established neighborhoods, is not. Utilizing just the front 3 acres closest to Malabar Road that is in line with the other established businesses would prevent the direct intrusion into the neighborhood that this current plan allows for. There are many reasons as to why commercial development ought not to be imposed on and within residential areas. There's currently, among others, a 5.5-acre plot of vacant commercial land near the Mint and Malabar intersection, which would be less impactful to any established neighborhood and therefore provide a more positive impact for the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members.
My name is Roger Carter, and I reside at 520 Waterman Lane. I'm here tonight to speak against the rezoning to commercial of the 6-acre property. There is, as was already mentioned, there is a 5.5-acre property already zoned commercial, only 1.3 miles away from the existing location, which will easily serve Mr. Hernandez's requirements. Taking a 6-acre parcel located in a residential neighborhood and changing the zoning so that it can be used for commercial purposes is not only poor utilization of the property, but it also produces a negative impact on the already present residential area. It's an undeniable fact that this will bring additional business traffic to the residential area. I'm unsure whether planning and zoning has had a study done to determine whether the existing roadway will support this. However, no one has quantified the extent of the impact that this will bring to the existing residents attempting to leave the neighborhood via the same access routes. Again, this issue should not be ignored, as it will be an unavoidable item for existing residents of the neighborhood. Regarding land use, I'm not sure if you'll follow me on this, but there's a great distinction between a farming venture and a commercial one. The quality of land and soil considered is of the utmost importance for a farming venture, but it's irrelevant for a commercial one. This distinction regarding land use fades when comparing a residential venture and a commercial one. Any reasoning decision maker would deem it unreasonable for a homeowner to request a residential build inside of an existing commercial district. Likewise, the request for a commercial build inside a residential district should also be deemed unreasonable. I am here therefore tonight requesting denial of this commercial rezoning request. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other speaker cards, Deputy Mayor? Sir?
I certainly welcome the comments from the folks that are the neighbors. I will readdress the fact that we will take into consideration many ways to landscape and to create a visual barrier where the product, the building could be seen from residential neighborhoods. It only affects 5 residential neighborhoods directly, residential residents directly, and we're going to work hard to make that a minimal impact from both sound and vision. But the other issues we talk about, this property's been zoned institutional probably for 40, 50 years, and all the commercial property up and down the road is developed around it. Nothing has happened on this site. There's a reason for that. There wasn't a need for it, but there is need for commercial, and there is commercial property. This is a great location. It's very central to the homeowner locations throughout this part of Palm Bay, and it's a good choice for my client. And they choose where they want to be based on what they think is going to be the best result. So to be in the middle of everything makes more sense than to be on an obscure location that doesn't. So I recommend, I suggest, and I hope we encourage your positive vote on this part of it as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, council? Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. I'm going to close the public hearing and ask for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, second by Deputy Mayor Felix. Councilman Johnson.
The only thing I will add, I do agree that there will be an increase in traffic more than just on Malabar, to the same point Mr. Stice mentioned a while ago on how packed Publix is in Bayside Lakes. So I do see some of that being transitioned over to Thrifties. Actually, I prefer it, but that way, because Mr. Stice, to your point, Publix is packed. It's like Sunday every day. I'm there, so I've seen it. But the fact that the traffic won't be able to pour into the residential neighborhoods and everything from that, I do support this because I still feel our residents will be safe with the buffer and a vegetative buffer additionally to that. So that'll be more pleasing to the eye, which I prefer vegetative buffers over walls, and I'm pretty sure the police department does too, because they're not going to jump over a wall not knowing what's on the other side. So,
They just go right through it.
but I'll finish my comments, Mayor. But I will support this.
Deputy Mayor.
There, not much to add. I welcome the project. I think it's just if you looked at along Malabar, the Malabar corridor, we have other supermarket and we have more to come. And what this do, it's really provide a diverse sort of line of products. And also, I think if anything, it would probably create a little lesser traffic over on Palm Bay Road. The majority of the folks on the south end of the city won't get to have to travel 7 miles south to the north to the other location, and I think that will be a great way to serve the Palm Bay community as well that lives on the south end of the city. I would welcome the project.
Thank you, Councilman Foster.
Yes, Mayor.
Any
I don't think Thrifty from choosing Palm Bay to build a supermarket. And, if they don't have no traffic, they don't have no customers. I hope the surrounding neighborhood be that traffic to support this diversity supermarket that brings a different perspective. I look at them as they're different from Publix, different from Aldi's or Winn-Dixie. I love Thrifty Supermarket, and I love what they bring and the different variety of foods and goods that's one could get. So good luck to you, and I wish you great success. That's all, man.
Thank you, Councilman Foster. I just have to say this is a family-owned business, right? And they've proven to be good neighbors. And what encouraged me was the citizen participation report, how detailed it was, and how serious they took into the comments from the residents. To me, it appears that they're wanting to be good neighbors. And quite frankly, I encourage anyone that comes before this board to have this level of participation with the residents. We've always requested for developers to do this, and I think this is a model of how you can engage your neighbors. So I was quite pleased with that. I will be supporting this as well. So I've got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Felix. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Passes 4-0. We are now on item number 20.
Ordinance 2023-77, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the zoning ordinance of the City of Palm Bay by changing the zoning of property from IU, Institutional Use District, to CC, Community Commercial District, which property is located at the northeast corner of Palm Bay Road and Skipper's Way and legally described herein, providing for a change of the zoning map, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open up the public hearing and ask the applicant to present their case. How are you, ma'am?
I'm good, thank you, Mayor. Kim Rosenka, Lacey Lyons Rosenka, Rockledge office here on behalf of the applicant, 1611 Meridian LLC. We do have a PowerPoint, but it's hard to see, I noticed at PNZ, so I just have some handouts, and you've had the PowerPoint in your packet, so I'm going to hand these out.
Yeah, so is it difficult to see? Brian can't? Okay. Yeah, can we try to put it up anyway, Brian? Because I'd like to see if at least some of the folks could try to make a visual of this.
He's going to have to help me with the PowerPoint.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
We can definitely do that. I won't charge you time for that. Where's the clicker?
That's
Brian?
what I...
Did they run away with it? Thank you.
I can give a little bit of overview before this starts. And I do have with me the Representative William Frometta with the company. If you have any specific questions, he's here as well. It's a Miami company, and they do specialize in affordable housing. I'm very cold, I'm sorry. I'm freezing. So this is the old Crystal Palace, which I'm sure you're familiar with. It's now very blighted. There's graffiti, windows broken. I drove by there today.
The old Holiday.
The old Holiday Inn.
70s in
I've heard it was a happening place. I never went, but yes. So this was a commercial hotel at one point, and now then it became an assisted living facility. It closed in August of 2020. Same owners, they now want to renovate it to make it a true affordable housing, workforce housing project. And it's intended to take the initial building that's there, renovate it, turn it into 130 studio apartments. Those studio apartments will be about 455 square feet each. Then they will build a second phase of 170 units, which will have 1 bed, 1 bath, 2 bed, 1 bath, and 2 bed, 2 bath. And the sizes of those units will be approximately 650 square feet to 890 square feet. So they're larger units. This will be a maximum of 80% adjusted median income. So this is true workforce housing, something that very few communities have in Brevard County currently. It will all be renovated. It's going to be brand new. Even the old building, they're going to have to take out most of the interior and change electrical and pipes and things like that. So, okay, so this is the Essence at Palm Bay.
Yes.
Again, the developer is based in Miami, and they work in the area of affordable housing. Talks about phase 1 and phase 2. I just talked about. So that is phase 1. That is also, that would be the second large page that I gave to you all. That is phase 1. That is the 4-story building. Again, the 4-story building. That is phase 2 on the bottom. The white block on the top is the current building, which will be renovated. You have on your large page there, the phase 1 and the phase 2, where it shows the existing building and the new building. This is where it gets difficult to see. That's these are the studio apartments. This is project 2. It's actually, they will have 2-bedroom, 2-bath units as well, the 170 units. And that's what you have in front of you. That's the site plan of both projects. And then those are the renderings, which I provided to you in larger format on the 3rd page. But that's the new addition. It is a 7th-floor building with 170 units. And then, how do you zoom in? The top one. So
there you go.
There you go. So those are the units. That one right there is 730 square feet. That one up top there is 650 feet. This one is 875 square feet. And the one over there is 890 square feet. So they are good sized units for affordable housing. And it's intended to be a true, workforce affordable housing. So this will be based upon 16604-151. It's now known as the Live Local Act, but it's been in existence since 2019, and it will meet the definitions of affordable housing. We did have a community participation meeting on May 30th. We sent out invitations to 102 individuals, and no one attended except the developer and representatives. We are seeking community and commercial rezoning. It's community commercial all around it. It was previously before the assisted living facility. The Planning and Zoning Board recommended approval unanimously. Your staff has done a detailed report that it meets the rezoning criteria, that is consistent with your comprehensive plan. And we would ask, and staff did recommend approval as well. We would ask that you approve this change from institutional to community commercial. And we're here to answer any questions you might have.
Council, any questions?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I only have 2 questions at this time. It may be more for the applicant. In the Crystal Palace, there was, of course, the indoor pool, but the conference center inside, are we getting rid of the conference center and turning that into additional units, or is the conference center going to stay so we can have? You got me, Mayor. You already know. Yes, sir.
Yeah, hi, my name is William Frometa. The only thing that would remain for the project would be the 4-story building, so the conference center would be gone, demolished.
It'll be turned into units.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And speaking of units, we're talking more. Do you have estimate yet of what we're monthly? I know you're still working the logistics on finances and
Yeah.
I'm not looking for because I know you're still looking at funding here and there. So
Yeah, the idea is to restrict rent to 80% AMI. No higher than that.
And that could be anywhere from $750 to $1,300 based upon the current guidelines.
that's what I was looking at.
Yeah.
And then I guess the process for someone to attain a unit. Some of these questions I'm asking because residents have sent emails and had inquired on, who would be staying in these units, how would they acquire them? Could you elaborate on that process a little bit, or not at this time, or?
Yeah, I mean, I can speak a little bit to it. I mean, there would be a selection process based on income, since the rent is being restricted. Not all would qualify, but there would definitely be a process. Another side of it would be the workforce part, which we believe is very important to the city of Palm Bay and the county, because you would benefit from keeping your essential workers within the area, your police officers, nurses, teachers, firefighters. So that would also be part of the selection process for the units, the living units.
Thank you, sir. So we're not just going to the corner and just grabbing somebody and just tossing them in a home.
No.
I know I'm being outrageous, but these were some of the concerns that people had shared.
Yeah.
They thought it was just going to be an influx of people from Daily Bread coming.
No.
here.
No, definitely
That's
not.
all. No, so I do appreciate the clarification. So that's all, Mayor. That's it.
Thank you. Any questions,
Mayor,
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, just for further clarification, as far as the same line of thought, Councilman Johnson were asking, I'm guessing you would use HUD guidelines, what qualify as, affordable housing in terms of the numbers they use to get these folks qualify? Is that correct?
Yes.
Would you just say the same existing guidelines?
Yes,
right?
yes.
Whatever they may be.
Yes.
Not the expert. So no, I just wanted to be clear. So we're not, not saying that you would do something different that you're saying tonight, but that those are the guidelines will be applied to those applicants, right? Looking at their income and so on.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilman Foster, any questions of the applicant?
Yes, Mayor. Parking. How many parking spaces are you participating to have? And what would you do to alleviate some of the parking off Palm Bay Road? Somebody turning into the Crystal Palace.
As far as parking, there's detail on the plans. I believe these latest plans have parking on the ground floor of the building, the new construction building. And also there's plenty of still lot space for extra parking. So, yeah.
Excuse me. What about the code violations? Can you address that?
You be specific.
Go ahead.
Councilman Foster, they're here before us on a project, and they have cleared up some of those aesthetically challenging from Palm Bay Road. I know that they've actually done a better job than in the past. Perhaps I know I just recently drove by there and I didn't see anything that was displeasing. I didn't stop and inspect it, but it certainly improved from the last time they came before us, sir.
If I can add to that, since February 2021, we've had a local firm, being in charge of the landscape. They come twice a week and they keep the premise. They maintain the premise.
Thank you. Any other questions, Councilman Foster?
Yeah, that's it. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. So my questions, right? I think this is good for the community. I want you to understand that. I looked at this project and the opportunities that we're going to have for our workforce. And my question is, I know this building, and it is from the 70s, or, it was quite the spot, as Ms. Rozanka alluded to, indoor swimming pool and the whole nine. But the exterior is challenged. And when I see something like this, or when I see what was, before us, are you going to change the facade to be like this, or like what is part of the presentation?
Yes, precisely. So the images that you're looking at right now, that's the phase 2. That would be the new construction. Oops, sorry. For phase 1, which is in which we would keep the existing 4-story structure, the shell structure is in good condition. The way that we would work how the building would look, the facade, that is actually doesn't require any structural change. It's it's just exterior design.
Yeah, so just so that I'm clear.
Yes.
Right. So it would look something like this, because this is not what it looks like today.
No, it would look like that. Like that.
It'll look like that.
Yes.
Okay, I want it for the record that it will look like that.
Yes, those are renderings based on our plans, on our current plans.
Outstanding, sir. That was my question. Thank you.
Yeah, so just that is just the shell that exists with you got wood, you got things on top. So it's not the shell itself is gonna stay. We're adding the facade
and illuminating just like that.
Yeah, it's full of windows.
Okay, copy that, sir. Copy that. It is very aesthetically pleasing to the eye as opposed to today. So I'm quite. I wanted that for the record.
Yeah,
that would be great. That was my question. Do we have any comment cards? We'll let them speak and then. Master Chief.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. This is good use of stagnated property. It will help with the affordable housing problem that we are currently facing in the city of Palm Bay. It's one of the best projects I've seen coming to help actually address that issue, and that's exactly what they're doing 100%. I wish we could have put some of our funding towards something like this, is what I would have preferred to see, because it would have been, in my opinion, money better spent, but that's water under the bridge now, right? I was also happy to hear what the price range was they're looking at, but I still had questions of how much it was going to be rental and how much it was going to be first homeowners buying into their first affordable homes. That was just a curiosity question, but I did like the price range they were talking out at $700 to $1,400. That looks, compared to the $3,000 some people are paying now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speaker cards?
No, sir.
Okay, would you like to have any closing remarks, ma'am?
Yes, and I wasn't quite sure. Thank you, Mr. Batten. I wasn't quite sure. This is all rental. I don't know if he meant people are going to be renting instead of buying homes, but this is all rental. We would just ask for your support and ask for your approval from institutional community commercial on this 4-acre parcel.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
I'm going to close the public hearing and ask for a motion.
So moved. Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Felix. Councilman Johnson. Deputy Mayor.
Mayor, thank you. No, I think it's a great project, very aesthetically pleasing. Certainly, I think Mr. Batten said it right. I really wish we $4 or $5 million went towards that project. It truly, we would get our money worth, and this is really a true project that will help address the challenge we have as far as affordable housing in this community. So I certainly will support the project.
Councilman Foster?
No comment, Mayor.
All right, I will say I was tracking this and Mr. Robin Fisher reached out to me to highlight it and say, hey, this is a great project so he contacted me. I just wanted to put that on the record that I did speak with him. He was really sold on this project as well. So for the record, I agree. I think this is something that's going to enhance our community all the better, especially when he confirmed that it's going to look like that on Palm Bay Road. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Passes 4-0. We are now on item 21.
Ordinance 2023-78, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the zoning ordinance of the City of Palm Bay by changing the zoning of property from IU, Institutional Use District, to RC, Restricted Commercial District, which property is located at the southwest corner of Malabar Road and Greenacre Drive, and legally described herein, providing for a change of the zoning map, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open up the public hearing, ask the applicant to present their case.
Good evening, all. Lawrence Kramer, 16498 Northeast 26th Avenue, Miami, Florida. Excuse me? Okay. So tonight, I am the owner of the property that is zoned institutional. And for the past several years, we've tried to sell it. We've tried to look for investors, and everything that is happening on Malabar is commercial. So I am asking, please, for a rezoning for restrictive commercial. There's a group right now that I am talking to, they're doctors, that are interested in opening up, let's call it doctor's offices. So without a change, can't be done. Thank you.
Does that conclude your remarks, sir?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
It's very simple.
Thank you.
We'd like to develop it.
Copy that, sir. Thank you, sir. Hold on. We may have questions. Do you have any questions? Okay. Any questions, Council? Okay. Speaker cards.
Mr. Bill Batten?
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. When I was going through the packet on this one and the planning and zoning, I thought it was going to be a coffee shop. That's what the proposed planning was. That's why I addressed the questioning of a coffee shop right next to the grocery store, and we already have the coffee shop traffic coming out onto Malabar Road. So I'll go with my original statements just in case, because I had heard nothing or saw nothing about the potential of it being a doctor's office. So I have to go with the knowledge or with the information that I have. Right? We have seen the results of coffee shops on Malabar Road. I would be in favor of this if they can guarantee that all their traffic will stay on their property and not back up into impeding on the traffic of Malabar Road. That was what I was going to say, because it'd still be business in the city of Palm Bay. Either way, that's what I was looking for. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other?
No, sir.
Anyone wish to speak for or against this item? Anyone else? All right, come on up, sir.
when I filled out the information and request the change, I might have listed on there that it's a strip center, retail, coffee shop, something of that nature. Nowhere have I ever stated that a coffee shop is exactly what we wish to put on that property. So again, it was just an example of a retail. So I'm sorry if the information was incorrect, but that's not what I meant.
Right, sir. Thank you. I'm going to close the public hearing and ask for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, second by Deputy Mayor Felix. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Pass. Councilman Foster, are you there?
Yes, aye.
Oh, copy that. Passes 4-0. We are now on item 22.
Ordinance 2023-79, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances, Title 17, Land Development Code, Chapter 185, Zoning Code, Subchapters, General Provisions, and Supplementary District Regulations, and modifying provisions related to parking within residential districts, providing for the repeal of ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for inclusion in the City of Palm Bay Code of Ordinances, providing for a severability clause, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Sherman?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm actually going to have Jesse Anderson come up and provide an overview. We also have a presentation that we previously shared with council that we will go through to provide you an outline of the changes that are being proposed to our current parking ordinance that affects residential areas.
So, Dr. J.
Sorry, as I get the presentation loaded up, just having some technical difficulty with the internet at the moment. I just want to start off with the overall presentation's overview, which is going to be for a textual amendment regarding parking in residential districts. One thing to be clear about for this overall textual amendment is that it is not concentrated solely on commercial vehicles. There was a misstep during communication with the Planning and Zoning Board beforehand. So I do want to just make that a clarifying point that there is a relationship with what was determined a commercial vehicle in the past. However, there's going to be a change in the overall definition that we're proposing tonight. And then on top of that, the commercial vehicle will actually be something that is discussed in terms of what is allowed rather than what is prohibited from the past. So we're actually allowing more than we have beforehand. I apologize if this is not responding. Can I show you where it is on my drive real quick, Brian?
So quick question while you're pulling it up, sir. So for Mr. Nathan, the trailer he mentioned was a commercial trailer.
It's a commercial trailer. So that I will want to get into during the presentation just because the way we do differentiate things specifically. The one thing that I will caution for that is there might be guidance from council we may need to have if there is some interest in differentiating from what we've proposed so far.
All right, I'll wait.
Sure.
I'll wait.
Thank you. apologize. All right, I apologize for the delay. Should have had that uploaded for you also. I do apologize. Would be better in the future for that. But again, as I was mentioning, we are looking at textual amendment T23-00013, which is to section 185.123 of the Land Development Code. And this is specifically in regard to regulation of vehicles in residential areas. So as a general overview to this textual amendment, some of the justification that stems behind it starts off first from a staff-driven initiative. It was in concert between the Land Development Division and Code Enforcement to identify some proactive as well as reactive efforts that I'll get into in a little bit based off of code-based complaints from citizens and an interaction with difficulty and ambiguity with our current code in terms of what can be implemented. Again, interaction with that, the code-based complaints from citizens. So that's a big driver for this, is one of the citizen complaints, not one of, but one of the primary targets is why we're doing this is because we've had outcry from so many citizens, which we will display during an analysis in a moment. Beyond that, we also looked deeply into our zoning codes initiatives and intents, which do derive from having a security from safety and danger, and then of course conserving and enhancing the standard of living within the city. Again, that interacts significantly with the code-based complaints from citizens. So like I had mentioned, this is both reactive and proactive. It's addressing the rising citizen concern, and then we've heard also from citizens as well as discussion with council through these city council meetings that work trucks have been somewhat of an ambiguous area where they could park in, and allowing them inside of residential areas to somewhat foster an economic tie to the region and the local development. So the overall changes at a glance, we align the definition in our code to mirror Florida statutes for trailers and recreational vehicles. We also incorporate a new definition for large vehicles, replacing that for commercial vehicles, and then redefine inoperable vehicles and where they are allowed to be stored as well. So as an overview, from 2018 to 2020, we have a sampling of code-based complaints here, focusing on citizen-based complaints, compiled cases, and invalid complaints are some of our targets that we were looking at for information. We continued this analysis from 2018 and 2020, so that 2-year period, again, from 2020 to 2022. So to mirror it, we went through 2 different 2-year periods just to justify those changes that were happening. And overall, what we did end up seeing was a total rise in complaints from citizens from 441 to 489 complaints. Sorry, total complaints overall. Citizen complaints rose from 229 to 367. So as you can see, the majority of our complaints now, where it was just about half total complaints were from citizens, now over 75% of all complaints are stemming from citizen-based complaints. And the reason why this is an interesting juxtaposition for code enforcement staff specifically is because of the fact that the increase in invalid cases has also become a cause of concern. So we're having an inefficient distribution of city staff and resources due to the fact that there's ambiguous code that is not actually being able to be enforced through the complaints that we're receiving. So the types of the complaints we're receiving do not mirror the type of code that we currently have in place, which is why we see a rising citizen concern, but at the same time, a lack of enforceability, and then an overcast of how many resources we're expending to these complaints that end up being invalid. So as you can see, it rose from 11 to 69 different cases, and then of the violations that were actually issued, it decreased from 209 to 122. So while we rose 122 cases over a 2-year period, we decreased almost 100 violations. And that's mainly due to the ambiguity in the code, again, and an efficiency that we have throughout the department in trying to foster communication between citizens and staff. So here we have some of the existing parking ordinance gray areas that have become a little difficult to navigate through that we're trying to shore up. And the red markings on the screen before you are what are indicating some of the potential incompliance if this code were to be accepted by council. So currently we are showing on the left-hand side of the screen a car that's parked well off the side of the driveway into the grass area with overgrown grass, showing a likelihood that this car has not been moved in some time, potentially in an inoperable state. And through the new code, this would not be a permitted parking area, and then the potential of it being inoperable would also not be a permitted parking destination for that type of vehicle. If it were to be operable, it would need to be located inside of the driveway or a couple other areas that we will talk about shortly. It can also be adjacent to the driveway. Again, something we'll discuss a little further. On the right-hand side, you see something similar where a car is backed up in a manner with overgrown weeds and a potential flat tire, again, potentially being inoperable. This one was a little harder to distinguish because of the manner in which it was taken, but we had confirmation from the code enforcement crew on ground during that time that took the picture. Here are a couple more images that are getting a little bit more intense as we go along. So on the left-hand side, we have a few more inoperable vehicles. In this case, these are posing safety concerns at this point in time for the overall general welfare, not just for the residents there, because they're only being held in place by what is circled, which is a brick under that tire and a piece of concrete underneath the other car. So neither of them are able to park in their current location without potentially being safety hazards for residents. And then the third car is obviously parked too far away from the driveway, not being adjacent in the right necessary area. On the right-hand side, we have one on a jack, again, showing some level of safety hazard as well as a public nuisance. The overall safety hazard here being that if this were to fall off the jack again, it could potentially roll into the right of way. It could fall off the jack and potentially hurt somebody that's going around the property and so forth. Whether or not it should be or should not be happening, this is potential liability that could manifest. So putting this in an enclosed structure, which we'll talk about a little bit more, is what will make for a more safe and sustainable atmosphere as well as an aesthetically pleasing one. And again, just expanding on this a little bit more, we have two jacks on the same car on the same side with easy potential for tipping, and a car that's already protruding into the right of way, which should be against the code, but in the manner in which it is currently written does not exactly forecast this as well. So this will be a little bit more implementable by current staff if this were to be accepted. Just expanding upon these, just a few more diagrams. And I know we are having a pretty late night, so I'll keep going into the more meat of the discussion, which is what has changed, and then we'll go into what has not changed for this ordinance. So what has changed overall is there is no more definition for commercial vehicle per se inside of this ordinance. We've replaced that definition with large vehicles. And a large vehicle in our code is going to be classified as any vehicle that is not a class 1, 2, or 3, which we'll show a diagram for shortly, or in excess of, and is in excess of 15,000. So that's an and, not an or, just to be clear. So it has to be not a class 1, 2, or 3 and in excess of 15,000 pounds gross vehicle weight for it to then be considered a large vehicle. If it is considered a large vehicle, it'll only be permitted to be parked in an enclosed structure such as a garage or barn. And the reasoning for our analysis resulting in about in a 15,000 pound gross vehicle weight is because this does not disrupt the residential fabric with the current types of trucks that this will permit, but it will also promote local economic development by allowing for more traditional local work trucks to be able to be parked at home and be able to be parked in the front of the residence, for instance, as well. So only when it's over 15,000 pounds is when it needs to be inside of an enclosed structure. Otherwise, it could be parked in your driveway, which is a huge difference from our current code that does not allow any commercial vehicles to be parked in the front of the road or parked in the front of the house. So this will have a good economic engine and spur a lot more people to be able to have work from home type atmospheres, which is obviously beneficial. The next portion is that the inoperable vehicles. So beforehand, there had been an allowance where you could have one, what we now would deem as an inoperable styled vehicle in the front of a home. And as we have highlighted today, there is a serious potential for concern in terms of safety and welfare for our citizens. So we want to allow for the type of hobby cars to still manifest and continue, but the one catch is if they are to be located in the front yard as a quote unquote hobby car, they would have to be an operationable hobby car. If they're not operable, if they're an inoperable vehicle, they would have to be in an enclosed structure or behind a fence in an enclosed structure. So you could either put it in a garage or a barn somewhere, and you could work with inside of that type of area. That way it's more controlled, a lot safer for everyone. But you could still have a potential hobby car that you're doing something more simply that is already registered, that can drive on the road, that you might maybe fixing smaller details to that are less likely to create a human or liability to a human hazard or liability. So here is the vehicle classifications. We constructed this through the Federal Highway Administration.
So I know this is going to be difficult for some people to see from the back, but I'll go over some of the classes, for example. So class 1, simply enough, is anything that's usually going to be more two-wheel oriented, mopeds, motorcycles, scooters, so forth.
Excuse me. Thank you.
And then
Carry on.
you get into your class 2s as your more traditional sized, compact vehicles and sedans and so forth with your lightweight trucks. So more of your Chevy Colorados and so forth. Your class 3s are where you're starting to get into the Chevy 1500s, F-150s, F-250s, Chevy 2500s, so forth, leading up to the 4500s or 450s, what have you. And those 4500s or 450s, and this is why we have an interesting portion of our code where it's the and is because some 450s, some 350s in gross vehicle weight do exceed the 14,000 that are quote unquote allotted for the class 3s. So we wanted to make sure we're still capturing that vehicle as a permitted work truck, even if it's a dually, for instance.
Yes.
That is going to be a permitted work truck inside of this area. And that's why we made sure it went to 15,000 rather than just the 14,000 gross vehicle weight. So it was a huge catch for us rather than just doing class 1, 2, and 3. That exceeded it to make sure we got those dualies involved as well. So other base statute changes that we went through is we aligned the definition of recreational vehicle to be a unit primarily designed as a temporary living quarter for recreational camping or travel use. And this is in line with the Florida statutes. We separated recreational vehicle from trailer just in definition alone, and I will go over that again. But the only thing that we did to these two, we did not change their parking allowances, we did not change the parking locations. All we did was change the definition of the two to be in line with statute so that code can go out there and better enforce them. So again, we changed the trailer to be in line with Florida statutes as well as the recreational vehicle. So what did not change? These are the big factors to keep in mind today. Agricultural exemption, of course, remains intact. We did not touch that at all and would never think to. Recreational vehicle parking locations on private property, as I had just mentioned, that's a change in definition only. So recreational vehicles can park in the same locations they were able to prior to the proposed ordinance that you have before you. Parking on vacant parcels of land that still remains prohibited, that was already in the code unless you have a principal structure approved by a building permit with a certificate of occupancy. You cannot park a vehicle on a vacant land. And then parking of automotive vehicles, almost 100% remain the same with a small caveat. So parking next to the driveway remains, parking in the rear remains, parking obviously in the driveway remains, and then parking on the side does remain with the small change of instead of 2 cars being able to be located on one side. So the whole number was going to be 2 regardless. You could either do 2 on the right, 2 on the left, or split. Now it's just a split. So you could have 1 on one side and 1 on the other side. So you're still allowed the same amount of vehicles. It's just a little bit more specific in terms of placement for those vehicles, just for your abutting property owner to not have to have an unsightly nature or potentially unsafe easement blocked or anything like that with parking. And so going over some of the approved parking areas that did change a little bit were the inoperable vehicles. Inoperable vehicles, again, only the hobby cars that cannot operate on a road would have to be in an enclosed structure. If it is a hobby car that can operate, it can be in the front yard or front driveway and so forth. For large vehicles, again, large vehicles are only 15,000 gross vehicle weight or more. Those would have to be parked in an enclosed structure such as a barn. Anything smaller than that is able to be parked anywhere that a residential vehicle could be parked in. And then lastly, trailers would have to be parked in an enclosed structure or behind a 6-foot opaque fence. Currently, they are allowed to be parked on the sides without the fence. The one change would be adding a fence to this. The explanation of parking is obviously a little bit better diagrammatically. So of course, we wanted to provide something that is a little bit easier and more accessible for residents to see. Overall, what we are looking to do is eventually have this as something that we could share if this were to be fully approved. For the most part, this is already in line with our current code. It's just got the small caveats to it that we can add details about fencing and so forth to make it more enhanced. So currently what it's conveying is you can park in the driveway, along the driveway, on the opposite side of where the door is, along the 2 sides with 1 car on either side, or anywhere in the rear of the property. And just for a little bit more reference on what the yards are in terms of distinguishing where you are, your front yard is anything in front of the face of your home. Your side yard is anything at the nearest face to you. So for instance, if one side of your house juts out further than the other side, the side that's jutting out closer is where your front yard starts on that side, but it's flush with the front of the house. And then your side yard starts from there and goes all the way to the back of your home where the rear yard starts to begin flush with the rear of your home. So those are the three types of yards that you'll be looking at in terms of parking. And again, the only area that is, for the most part, not permitted in terms of this diagram is where it says front lot line, because that is essentially, in this house, this would be where your home would have the front door is on that side. So you have your driveway, you could park adjacent to your driveway on the lower side of this picture right now. You would not be able to park on adjacent to the driveway on the other side, because that would be considered your front yard. And this just emphasizes what I was just talking about a little bit more diagrammatically with the X's putting in place. So as I was mentioning, if you look at the left image as well as the middle image, the car that's X'd out on the left-hand side is the one that I was referring to. If it is near the front door or actually in your front yard, your actual yard, not just the one that's defined by code, then that would not be permitted. Whereas if it was in the front yard on the other side, it would be acceptable as long as it's adjacent to the driveway. And just for clarification real quick to jump all the way back, because I know there's probably going to be one question about this. The car that is on the right-hand side, the white one, the reason why that technically would not still be able to stay there, not only is because the potential overgrown and inoperability, but it is not directly parallel and adjacent to the driveway. It is in the right location in terms of where on side of the driveway, but it's not in the right location and it's adjacency to the driveway. So that's a small caveat to that. And then lastly, just to summarize real quick what has changed, we align the recreational vehicle and definition of trailers. We redefined the inoperable vehicles and their parking restrictions. And then finally, we replaced the commercial vehicle definition with large vehicle definition. What remains is the agricultural exemption. Recreational vehicles and trailers, again, only changed in definition, but their parking remains. Parking on vacant lots remains prohibited. Parking of automobiles, again, is in the areas that I've denoted in terms of front, side, and rear lots that are permitted, one car on each side. And then parking in the rear behind an opaque fence is still, of course, permitted. Final notes, these proposed changes will help preserve the property values and provide citizens with adequate parking standards. Aligning our definitions with Florida statutes will allow for more consistent enforcement by staff. The language overall was drafted to provide for, and again, this is important, the safety and aesthetics of a pleasing environment for our citizens, both of which do reverberate and reinforce our zoning code. And then finally, our most recently approved city mission statement does state that we will provide quality services, promote economic growth, and ensure a safe and secure environment for Palm Bay and all of its residents. I'm available for any questions.
Councilman Johnson?
Thank you, sir. And I appreciate you highlighting, our code team works tirelessly. So I know y'all are, and I appreciate you being here late at night, Val. Thank you for being here. And thank you both for being here.
I think he's saying that he'd like to see you more often.
You're good. You're good. You're good. But I do appreciate the drafting of this. Because we've had time and time again, many residents come over. Yes, we value people's property rights, but what when those property rights, infringe on others? We've had that case multiple times, so I do appreciate the work done with this, and I appreciate the elaboration to this gentleman's point in regards to work vehicles as well.
Thank you.
So I appreciate the elaboration on class 1, 2, and 3, and then the weight classes as well, because you could have a class 2 vehicle, but it's heavier than needs to be in 3. So I appreciate your education on that. I'm good for now, right now, Mayor. The main thing, if this does move forward, I definitely want to make sure, whether it's on the city website or wherever, we take the chance to provide an educational stance on this. Like, hey, pretty much what we're looking to do for the safety and health of our city and our residents and property owners. This is being implemented by city council, blah, blah, blah. Put it on us. But just so residents know, okay, I need to move this vehicle here, or all right, let me get this vehicle operational, things of that nature. I think just That way they don't get caught off guard when Val's knocking on their door. I'll mess with you, Val. But they're not caught off guard. They know what's coming down the pipeline. So that's pretty much it, Mayor.
Yeah, well, thank you, Councilman Johnson. My issue is what the gentleman said before, and I spoke to Jesse and Val about this. This is great work. That's the first thing. Let me start there. This was an outstanding job to clean up the city, and I commend you and Val and the rest of the team for bringing this before us. Because I remember the last time this came up, and there was an outroar. This is before your time, Dr. J. But what I wanted to highlight is the working man, right? The man that's out there loading up that trailer each and every day. And he puts it on the side of his home. And there's several of these landscaping business owners, right? We encourage them to put food on their table, right? And provide for their families. So right now, the way it says is they can be in an enclosed structure, right? Some of them, what does that mean? They have to build one. And so then the other one is they could move it behind a 6-foot opaque fence. So according to what the gentleman spoke in public comments, he's saying, hey, is there a way I could get a waiver? Because I'm loading in and I'm out in the morning. And then, I leave early. So I can really sympathize. He's not the only one that is actually doing that, because two of the neighborhoods, and there are many people that are working hard and doing that same thing. So I may be getting ahead of myself, but is there an opportunity where that would be permissible for those operations that are active? They're out there, loading up early in the morning and off to work they go.
Sure. So I'm going to have a slightly similar response as I had for a different textual amendment earlier today, where what I would caution is, if we want to go down this path, we maybe look at it as staff more specifically. And the reason why I say that is because we just created a definition for trailers. Up till today, we didn't have one, or we don't have one yet. If you were to go through this process and we do adopt the current code that we have provided, what we can do next is then take a look specifically at different types of trailers, because right now they're just recreational vehicles. And that's where we're getting into a problem for Valerie and her team actually enforcing that code. There's no difference right now between you putting an RV in the front and you having a commercial trailer. But we could look at differences between boat trailers, commercial trailers, and different types of trailers that could be parked in certain locations. For instance, if it does have a commercial orientation, and we could put something in line that says that commercial trailers Monday through Friday could always be there, or beyond that, any day as long as they're moved within every 24 hours or something, excluding weekends, just showing that they are moved every single day, showing that there's some type of not sitting there and just being, obscurely out of the ordinary.
Well, I appreciate that. And Council, I think I'm comfortable with that. I don't know how the rest of you feel, but I think that would give the working man an opportunity to continue making his livelihood and not adversely affect them. So I like that idea. We move forward, and then, before the second reading, I'm thinking we'll have that established.
So we can do two different ways. What I was recommending is we go with what we currently have, because what that will, and through the first two meetings, because what that will do is it'll establish that definition for us trailers, and then we can start looking within that. Otherwise, what we can do is we can go back as staff, as you had mentioned, and try to get it before the next meeting. We just usually want to vet code a little bit longer to make sure we're bringing forward something tight-knit. So for instance, if we're trying to differentiate between a commercial trailer versus a recreational trailer, it might take a little more time to distinguish, and we don't want to give you a misstep or miscommunication along the way.
Well, I'd rather you take your time, Dr. J,
Appreciate
and bring us a complete work. But I think, judging by what I see on council, we got a consensus that we would want to add that different definition of trailers to this.
Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Could
Councilman Johnson.
Could looking into the BTRs assist with that, or
I will go with community and economic development. That might be a route, and as well as city attorney's office, to see if we could potentially use that. That is a creative idea, absolutely, because it would help us identify who's involved.
Any questions, Deputy Mayor? Councilman Foster.
Yes, Mayor. You know, I'm tracking what you've been saying. I'm agreeing with what you've been saying about the working man and his trailer. I think staff have done a great job on this. This reminds me of his fourth and Harry Santiago first brought this up. Vehicle being parked, and the city's been working hard on it. And this is the best ordinance I've seen so far. I'll be supporting it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. J, for your presentation. Do we have, oh, yes, Madam Sherman.
We would just suggest there's a section in the ordinance as drafted that is, I think it's 2B, which is the language that is added, proposed to be added, that says trailers shall be parked in an enclosed structure or behind a 6-foot opaque fencing. So we would recommend, based on the conversation, if you don't want to have us be in a position where we have to require that right now, we can just leave the definition of trailers as it's been added. But if you're going to move forward with approving this, remove section 2B.
Copy that. Are we tracking that? So the motion would say remove section 2B, 2 Bravo. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Do we have speaker cards or? Thank you, Dr. J.
Thank you.
I've got folks that want to speak, so you raised your hand first, Master Chief, so come on up.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street, Southwest. First question, does this include PUDs, planned unit developments? Because most of the PUDs, they're just single-family homes, but they're their own development, but they're still city streets. So the reason I question that is PUDs are now designed where you only have 5-foot clearance on each lot line between the homes, so you could not access to the backyard if you wanted to. So now what's happening in the PUDs, when everybody gets off work and everybody comes home, every square foot of their driveways are blocked off, and then the third cars are all parked on the street because the PUDs do not allow them to park on their grass. So they're now parked in the streets. So you can now, their streets look like slalom courses when you go through the PUDs. So I don't know what you have accomplished by making this ordinance, because what's happening is now the people, which is legal in the city of Palm Bay, is you can park your vehicle on the street in residential neighborhoods. So that's what's happening. So I don't know what you've actually accomplished with that, with this objective. I understand what the goal is, but that's what's happening. So if you see the reality, you've got to look at it. Item number 2 was, and you addressed it, was the trailer itself. The individual has to either build a garage. Well, this is the working person who can barely put food on the table as it is, but now they have to go build a special garage that they might not be able to access to park their working trailer in. You start adding that to the cost, it's going to become detrimental to some people. Now, I'm just trying to point that out, that there is going to be a hardship, because it is right now. The man who came up was being coded on him right now. He'll still be in violation. And all he's trying to do is make a living on the property he's paying taxes on. I'm very happy for one simple fact with this, and that's I'm residential agriculture, and I like the exemptions because it would be detrimental. I try to, you go by, those people that know me, come by and look at my place. I try to be a good citizen, but some of these codes would be detrimental to me if I was in agriculture. Thank you.
Master Chief, we don't police the HOAs.
No, I didn't say the HOAs, the planned unit developments, even if they are HOAs, they're still on city streets, unless they're the private gated community. They're still public streets.
Are there parking violations either way? Are they not parking in the streets?
Sir, the PUDs are going to have their own set of standards. They have their own parking regulations, and the internal streets in the PUDs are going to be private.
Copy that. Thank you, ma'am. No, I know. There was Mr. Stice, and then I believe there was another gentleman. Were you going to comment as well, sir? Well, you can again.
Robert Stiers. Hey, sorry, I stepped out for a moment. I didn't hear anything about boats. You know, when I do Meals on Wheels, I've seen a lot of the new homes just west of DeGroot on elevated platforms, and you'll see boats that are backed up to the garage just with a couple of makeshift chocks on that. In the front of the boat, that would be the bow, Mr. Mayor, okay? The front of the boat is facing is facing the street, and it could go racing down. I'm sorry, I had to throw that in. Sorry about that. And I've seen some really overweight, like 28 footers in there, so that's really hazardous. I didn't see anything.
Stern, sir? You said
Sir?
the bow?
Sir?
You said the stern, sir, or not the bow?
Oh, the forecastle, not the fantail.
Copy that, sir. Carry on.
Yeah, they're facing the bow, and it's up on a jack and a piece of wood. It's really quite dangerous. I didn't hear anything about enforcement. So, you know, how do you police that? There's some areas that I go into, and where the neighbors have a guy can't cut his grass, and it literally is at waist high, and you see snakes going through it. That gives me the willies, or what have you. But I've seen tow vehicles, okay, parked in areas that are elevated. So I like this about parking restrictions and trying to do the right thing. I understand people who are using, you know, whether you're doing lawn grass cutting or landscaping or whatever. I understand that need, but in the areas that I go through, you know, I'm seeing ski-doos that haven't been moved. These ski-doos are like 30 years old. I see pickup trucks. I see vehicles that have been sitting and dead a long time. The other thing I'm concerned about, there are neighbors that I talk to around there. There's a lot of development where you have houses that have been there for 20, 30 years and new build. And people are very hesitant about making a phone call because they have to give their name and address. So can you add that into this conversation, because they don't want to report what could be a hazard or a derelict vehicle and everything that goes along with that as well. So.
Thank you. I'm going to let you come up and speak, and then Dr. J, you'll answer some of those questions if you don't mind.
Eric Nathan, 701 Ontario, Northwest. I like what he's talking about with unsafe vehicles and so forth. But the thing with, like you refer to me as the working man, which I am, like I said, I use my trailer on a daily basis. And I'm not talking it's a giant trailer. It's a small utility trailer that I use to bring my tools and so forth to the jobs. I do like what he proposed, but there should be, it's not black and white. There should be gray areas with, you know, something that's moved all the time versus sitting there and the tires rotting out of it. That's pretty much all I had to say. Thank you. I
appreciate your comments, and maybe stay in dialogue with Dr. J. So that way, because he's going to bring in all of this back. That section of trailers anyway, the definition of trailers.
Okay, yeah,
right?
yeah, I have his telephone number. He has mine, so.
So that way your input is involved, you're engaged with this, okay?
You know, I'm just a voice. I'm one of many. If you drive down the streets and you see all the utility trailers in the driveways, and I mean, I understand when you see a boat in the swale, or you know, when the culvert in front of their house, but I'm in my driveway, and my yard is beautiful. If you come by my house, you'll see it. You know, I take care of my property. I take pride in it, and I don't want tire marks going into my backyard. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir, and I appreciate your feedback. Truly do. Dr. J, would you please address Mr. Stice's comments?
Absolutely. So anything that will be motorized that is not going to be qualified as a large vehicle or as a vehicle is almost certainly going to be a recreational vehicle. The ones that he had listed, such as ski-doos, boats, and so forth, will all fall under the classification as a recreational vehicle. So they would have to be parked in those specific areas.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and ask for a motion.
Motion to approve case T23-00013 with the removal of subsection 2B.
Second.
I got a motion by Councilman Johnson. You want to, Councilman, seconded by Councilman Foster. Any further discussion?
The only thing to Mr. Stice, we're obligated by Florida statute to report name, number, address. I don't agree with it. Until law changes, that's how it is. We have had residents that have been spiteful from it. I can only speak to myself. Some residents that reach out to me, I put it in my name. I'll report it. So I have people come at me anyway. So it's nothing for for a resident to call the council member. We'll get it to Val. Her and her team are great. So that's the way of the law right now, sir. So that's all.
Councilman Foster, anything you'd like to add?
No comment, Mayor.
Deputy Mayor?
Mayor, thank you. I agree with, we'll just echo what Councilman Johnson just mentioned. Yeah, any resident welcome to reach out, and they have in the past where, and I typically won't go out. I would physically go out and verify some of these things, and I see them, and I'll be more than happy to report any of these violations if the resident's not comfortable doing it.
Thank you, Councilman or Deputy Mayor. So I'll conclude the comments with outstanding job, Dr. J. And I know that Val, you did an outstanding job side by side regarding this. And I want to take the opportunity to commend our code enforcement officials, all the hard work that they do on a day-to-day basis. I'm really proud of the work that you guys do each and every day for us. May God bless you. So I got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Councilman Foster. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Passes 4-0. We are now on item 23, Ms. Smith.
Ordinance 2023-80, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances, Title 17, Land Development Code, Chapter 184, Subdivisions, by including provisions for simple lot splits, lot reconfiguration, providing for the repeal of ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for inclusion in the City of Palm Bay Code of Ordinances, providing for a severability clause, providing for an effective date.
I'm going to open up the public hearing, and Ms. Sherman.
Thank you, Mayor. So just briefly, this is a creation of a new section within our ordinance that did not previously exist. It gives us an opportunity to create a process regarding lot splits and lot reconfigurations. It also improves our relationship in a sense with the property appraiser, because right now those things can happen. There's no process on the city side to document them or track what's happening. So this will create a brand new process for us.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions, council? Anyone in the audience wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing and asking for a motion.
So moved. Second.
Got a motion by Deputy Mayor Felix, seconded by Councilman Johnson. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Passes 4-0. We are now on item 25. Ms. Smith.
Ordinance 2023-82, an ordinance for the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances, Title 17, Land Development Code, Chapter 178, signs, by modifying provisions related to setback requirements for interchange signs, providing for the repeal of ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for inclusion in the City of Palm Bay Code of Ordinances, providing for a severability clause, providing for an effective date.
I'm going to open up the public hearing and ask the applicant to present their case. Is the applicant here? Thank you for hanging in there with us.
Matt Ashley, 1900 South Harbor City Boulevard, Melbourne, Florida. Mayor, city council members. This is just essential. Considering digital and interchange signs are used interchangeably to a certain degree in the sign code, we just, after speaking with staff, we wanted to just ensure compliance with, the other part of the sign code and state statutes. And then simply, we're just removing a portion that was deemed unnecessary as, when you're building these sign placements, it's the best interest of all parties not to block each other. So it's a pretty simple sign code.
It's adding 1,500 feet, you're
Correct.
saying? from
You're-
500?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
And that just matches the sign code that you already have in there. From
Anything else you want to add?
Nope.
Any questions, council, of the applicant? Any questions, Councilman Foster?
Mayor,
Okay. Thank you, sir. Anyone in the audience wish to speak for or against this item? I thought a lot more people would want to say, yeah, it limits competition. I'm like, what do you, from 500 to 1,500? Okay. I'm closing the public hearing and asking for a motion.
So moved.
Second for discussion.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Felix. Carry on, Councilman Johnson.
Yes, sir. I've been looking at this and I was talking to staff about it as well. Because I'm fine with the 1,500, but also I don't want to limit. You just said it, and I was like, because I don't want to limit, too much. So I'm looking at possibly even if we were to do 1,000 feet or something of that nature. But I don't want to make it too constrictive, but I don't want to make it too loose at the same time, Mayor. So willing to see what the appetite of the council is, get some dialogue, and we can move from there.
Deputy Mayor.
Mayor, thank you. Yeah, alongside you, Councilman Johnson, I don't know if I can support this request because, Mayor, you said it, opening statement, limiting competition, number one. Number two, what happened to the existing businesses? Do we go back and retroact, have them change that? So I would see that would create some level of inconsistency. And I don't see the positive in that. So, really, without 1021, I can't support this.
Copy that. I'm tracking that. This is more policy, right? My concern is the competition side of that, right? But on the flip side of that, it could police, and we're beautifying the city at the same time, right? So the potential is 500 feet each. That could create, something like Vegas, I would imagine. But I was going with limiting competition is really difficult for me, right? I don't like to see that. But a compromise would be 1,000 feet. I don't know, 500 feet difference. So that was a compromise I think that Councilman Johnson threw out there. But if I kind of like to have the council move in the direction together on this one, because so if we could compromise or just do away with it, I'm fine either way, gentlemen. Councilman Foster, would you like to weigh in?
yes, Mayor. I'm fine with the 1,500 or 1,000, 500 feet. I think you have a clutter of signs, and it won't be no competition because it'd be too many signs, and nobody would get recognized. I think 1,000 feet or 1,500 is good enough.
Okay, so what are your thoughts about 1,000 feet, Deputy Mayor?
I mean, my goes back to my original question. What does that do to the existing businesses?
Yeah, I think that's a question for staff.
The existing,
Yeah.
if they're already having signs, and so long as, nothing comes through and tears up their signs, kind of like when we have non-conforming uses, we've already given them permissions to have their sign. We're not going to come in and take their ability to have their signs. So they're still going to have their sign if they already have their signs up at this point.
Certainly, I figured that. So they would grandfather in to the existing what they have in the past. I think 500. Personally, I think 500 is plenty of space. I think the nature of the business would dictate the construction, the way the layout of the business. I don't think you'll ever see a Vegas style here in Palm Bay, any of our commercial corridors. I'm willing to leave it as is. I don't see 1,000, how that would change anything. I think 500 is plenty of space. I would be willing to leave it as.
What are your thoughts, Deputy Mayor? Are you still solid on that, that 1,000?
I I honestly, I didn't see, most times we have, problems and we're trying to find a solution. I didn't see a problem with this, but the applicant sees a problem with it and brought it forth. So I'm trying to find a balance or a potential solution.
To your point, I think, is there a problem? Is there a problem at 500 feet? I don't want to, continue down this path. I would like to make a decision here either way, but is there a problem today at 500 feet? Can staff tell me of a problem within 500 feet? Dr. J, would you like to come up?
That we have not run into anything specific in regard to distance between interchange signs or billboards. Those are the two different ones. Billboards are at 1,500 feet apiece in distance. Interchange signs are 500 feet apiece. My assumption for the difference between the two is because interchange signs have to be a certain distance to the highway versus the billboard, which is a certain distance further away from the highway. So that could be why the rationale was there in the first place. But as of now, we just have not seen necessarily anything. This is more something that the applicant has brought to the attention.
Could there be a potential for this issue?
There could definitely be a potential for this issue. The reason why staff had found support for this, for the 500 feet to 1,500 feet, is a lot of communities are moving away from billboards more to a site style that is more aesthetically pleasing because it attracts business more often. So a lot of site pollution is seen to be a downgrade across urban corridors, especially economic corridors, where utilizing more framework signs such as monument signs and other things that are visually appealing speak to more aesthetics that increase the type of products that you're getting in areas. So similarly, for instance, going back to the metal structures for a moment, I know this deviates a little bit, but the difference between a old style shed metal structure versus a brand new metal structure, that it's the architectural speakings of it, and that's why we're more amenable to the new style, right? Because as the architecture that wouldn't demean the property values and so forth, site pollution can be seen as something that does degrade an economic corridor and could bring down the property values or potentially just make it less appealing to other types of businesses. And then of course there is the other side of it, is the other portion of the code that is being amended tonight happens to be dealing with signs being located next to each other. Of course, when you do have different sites and sizes of sorts, then you're going to see a lot more disconnect between what you can visually see from sign to sign. So you'll see a lot of communities, one being like, for instance, Sanford, where they will only allow monument signs up to 10 feet for all of their commercial. So we are not going to that level by any means. We didn't necessarily drive this, but we do see an aesthetic benefit to the city overall that could potentially limit the number overall. But again, we didn't assess it from a competitive standpoint for the economy, though.
I won't take long, Mayor. I'm sorry. I have follow-up questions because I'm thinking, I used to live in Charleston, South Carolina, and when I went back to visit a few years ago, I saw so many billboard signs that I didn't see when I was in college. If it were to remain at 500 and say we got an influx of billboards or signs, and then we were like, whoa, let's change the code, to 1,000, 1,500, those will already be grandfathered in, correct?
It would be under non-conforming use. Yep, a non-conforming use and a non-conforming structure. So they would be in perpetuity unless something were to remove them and they had to be relocated in some fashion.
So I still feel 750, 1,000 something.